Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Tuesday, June 25th, 2024. This is the Salinas City Council meeting. This meeting is available in Spanish for members of the public in attendance and on Zoom. Translation devices can be obtained in the foyer. City Clerk.
Buenas tardes. Esta reunión está disponible en español para los miembros del público y en Zoom. Las unidades de traducción se pueden obtener en la entrada de la rotonda.
Excellent. Please join me in standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilmember Rocha, would you lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call.
Councilmember Barrera.
Here.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Here.
Councilmember Osornio.
Here.
Councilmember Rocha.
Here.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Here.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Here.
Mayor Craig.
Here.
Thank you.
Excellent. Consideration ID 24-363 wastewater collection continuation has been canceled for tonight. We'll go on to commendations, and we have some Little League champions here in the house. It's always a great day when people under the age of 18 come to a city council meeting. With that, I will pass the mic over to Councilmember Sandoval to give the proclamation.
Well, thank you very much. And I think we're missing one team. If we can all squeeze them in here. Oh, yeah. Come on in, guys.
If you guys want to come in too, there's room over here on the other side as well if that is necessary.
All right. Well, welcome everybody. I want to say that although I haven't checked with the historical data, but I think this might be the first time that Salinas sweeps the entire division for all age groups. So you'll notice there's a big variety in age groups, and we're missing one. Well, we have most of one team, but so first I want to congratulate them for winning, and it covers all the way from North County to South County. So a big round of applause. And although you are all on different teams and likely battled against each other to get to where you're at, you all represent the city of Salinas. So you did us all very proud. So congratulations on that. And with that, I'm going to call you up one by one. And if the city council would mind shaking their hands, and then we'll take one giant group picture in the front. All right?
Excellent.
Good?
Yep.
All right.
And I think they're arranged by team.
Yes.
So.
Okay. All right. We're going to start with Farashi Padres. Andrew Nares. Angel Cardenas. Yes. Angel Cardenas. Damian Casillas Martin. No Damian? All right. Davian Douglas. Dominic Cardona. Efren Peel. Yeah. Isaías Raimundo. Gilbert Ortiz. Josiah Duran. Juan Bueno. Sean Sandoval. Damian Jacobo. Congratulations, sir. Mason Dunn. All right. Mason Dunn. Oops. And if we can have the coaches from the Padres come on up and receive the award. Oops. Casey and Dunn. We'll get it to you right now, okay? There you go, coaches. You have to. Damien, right here. Hey, coach. Congratulations. All right, we're going to do the Atlantic Buffs.
It's the other demon.
Okay, we'll get you right now, okay? Noah Chacon. Aaron Malik Lujan. Andre Chacon. Damian Garcia. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Oh, the whole team is not here. All right, we'll skip that one. Thank you.
We'll get those to coach.
Yes. All right, the Farashi Cardinals. Adrian Edeza. There he is. Haley Kleinfeld. Congratulations, buddy. Josh Castro. Mateo Mendoza. Congratulations. Victor Quintanar. Dre Paz. Drake. No, okay. All right. Elias Paz. Logan Kamani. Matthias Garcia. Amira Kamal. Thomas Montoya. And if we can have the coaches come on up. There you go. Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh, there's the Damien. Damien Jacobo. All right. Do we have anybody here from the National Juniors? All right. There they are. All right. Alfred Torres Alfaro. Avery Flores. All right. Some of them are playing games right now at a different level. Fernando Ramirez Jr. All right, we're saving the best for last. Isaiah Gill. Wow. Braulio Hernandez Jr. Roman Covarrubias. Alexis Quintero. Eric Suarez Rangel. Mathis Maury. Mizraim Bustamante. William Dakota Phelps. Josiah Lopez. Andre Sanchez. Angel Jara. Matthew Cruz Mendoza. And if we can get the national
Nakamura.
coach. Is that his? No, that's it. Yeah, there you go, Matthew. And there you go, coach. Congratulations. Oh, yes, yeah. We'll give those to the coaches.
All right. Group photo. Here we go.
the certificate.
Champions! Mom and Dad get them all. Everyone got it?
Good call. Do another one. You gotta do one more. Never know. Hold on. You got a few more pictures. Hold on. I like her. She did.
Great job, guys.
Oh, yes, Renee's gonna give it to you, and I think he's waiting right outside for you. Okay, but there's, he's got them all, our city manager. Oh, this is for somebody else. He's got the
Coach.
extra one.
Coaches, we have the rest of the certificates out there.
Where's oh, right here, he's got him right here.
I got something to say?
Anything, and be like, it was like, hello? Bro.
Los mordidos son vida. Son vida, es como.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll wait about 30 more seconds here.
¿Dónde está?
Teaches you how to use a computer. I know, yeah. All right, the next item, we have a commendation for Yosal and Councilmember Barrera. I believe you have that.
Councilmember Sando, I want to commend your efforts. I know you've been a coach with young people for many years. And you know, it's beautiful when we look at prevention and we look at all these children. They're going to be productive members of our city. And recognizing their efforts is great. And then we have another group that's just as important in the music department. We have Youth Orchestra Salinas. Can we give them a big round of applause, please? Yosal has been in existence, if I'm correct, about 14 years now, serving the Salinas Valley in music. You know, some of these children have grown up as young men and women to also become mentors and to also become very good in their skill as musicians. And I want to introduce Dr. Brian McGee. He's the program director of Yosal. If you can come to the podium, please, as I read this commendation. And Dr. McGee, after I read this, I would like you to take the liberty to just introduce, I know you have a board member and some parents and some students. Yosal, thank you for your dedication to fostering musical and personal growth for young children and providing them with tools that they need to succeed on and off the stage. Thank you for celebrating young musicians, and on behalf of the mayor and this city council, we want to say thank you to yourself for all your great work. And just tell us a little bit about what's happening with Yosal right now.
Thank you so much, Councilman Barrera, and thank you to the council and to the City of Salinas for having us here today. My name is Brian McKee. I am the program director at Youth Orchestra Salinas, so I run the day-to-day operations and do a lot of the artistic stuff behind the scenes. Today, we have with us a cross-section of our organization. Let's see if I can name everybody, all of our students that are here. We have Amaya Zuniga, we have Isidro Perez, we have Hope and Faith Lomeli Oriola, and we have Isidro Perez, and we have Athena Janan Sultan Uzineb, all joining us from our different programs in our orchestra. It's a cross-section of age ranges and of steps through our program.
And Dr. McKee, as you're speaking, can you please have the children in front of us? That way we can acknowledge them as well, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Why doesn't everybody come forward, please? How about students, families, staff, and board members, please? Everyone, come forward. We'd like to formally thank the City Council, the City of Salinas, and Councilman Barrera for this invitation while everybody comes up. Without your support and without the city's support and by extension all of you, the community support, none of this happens, none of this starts. And as you mentioned, Councilman Barrera, we're very much a program of youth development, not only music, but youth development and mentorship so that our students can go through our program and become leaders in their own communities. So we thank the council and we thank the city very much for your support. We look forward to seeing you at a future performance of ours. And we have some good representation up here. And thank you, all of our students and families, for being here with us today.
Thank you.
Council, we also, if we can get behind Yosal, we'll take a photo. And then we also have Miss Warden for Portuguese Heritage Month would also like a photo. She missed it last week. So we'll stand up there, and Miss Warden, if you wouldn't mind, after we're done with Yosal, we'll get a photo with you.
Thank you.
Okay, ready? 1, 2.
Can I say something very quick? It's very quick.
Sorry.
Can I say something very quick?
Yes.
Yeah, Yosal serves around 250 kids the whole year. Right now, our students are on vacation until July 1st. That's why we have a few students today, because everybody's doing. We're super lucky. Our kids are always doing something else. So we're very thankful for the recognition. But we work with 250 students usually. Thank you so much for having us. Oh, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Warden, you're up. Ready? 1, 2. All right, we'll give you your moment.
Let them sit down first. I'm Mary Ann Warden, but today I'm very happy to receive this, but it's not me that really deserves this. It's all the people that have been involved with our organization for 100 years. That started, I found out, on the Dominguez Ranch out on Old Stage Road. You know when you go around that little curve around back in there, in a ranch there. Then to Central Park, and then to Laurel and Natividad, and then to where we're at now, San Benito Street. but it's all the men and women that started this. Mr. Tom Nunes was the very first president, and he made his wife promise, she told me this herself, that it would never end, that it would continue. And she made her sons promise that. Now, well, they're gone, but when she told me that and told some of our members that, we've worked really hard. We don't have as many as we did before, but we do not want to stop this. And I've been involved because they asked me to, knew that I was involved with the city to get the parades, and that's how I started getting involved with this. But it's something we really, really treasure. It goes way back to the Queen of Portugal, and it's in honor of the Holy Spirit. It's a religious thing. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I know we had a few people come in late. I just want to give the announcement again that consideration item 24-363, which is the Monterey One Water wastewater collection continuation, has been canceled for tonight. So we will not hear that tonight. We'll go on to public comment. If you wish to make a general public comment or comment on a specific agenda item, you're encouraged to attend the City Council meeting in person or attend the Zoom webinar and use the raise hand icon. Emailed public comments received have been distributed to the mayor, the council, city clerk, and will be entered into the permanent record. Public comments generally are limited to 2 minutes per speaker. I may further limit the time for public comments depending on the agenda schedule. We'll go ahead and set 2 minutes for tonight. And we are now open for public comment on items that are not on today's agenda, but are in the City of Salinas' subject matter jurisdiction. We are open. Welcome.
Thank you. Once again, Jose Guerra, Montebello Community. I want to thank Mr. Rocha for last night's great presentation on not having the bill you just canceled, 363. It was just great that a lot of great people showed up. A lot of people had a lot of heart. A lot of people that need this not to go on their tax bill, which is important. And Ms. Craig, I want to thank you for, I know you voted back in the day to opt out, and it was never, ever, you were never given credit for it. They never put that option on there. It was ignored as far as in my opinion, as far as I'm concerned. I did appreciate that. Thank you again, Mr. Rocha, and thank all of you. Once again, I'm going to go back to the park. We're having more issues. We're having people double park. We pulled over a couple of code enforcement agents and had them go by there, and they took care of it. We tried to reach out to Mr. Gonzalez, I believe, who is the gentleman that oversees the manager of code enforcement. He's never returned our emails or calls. We try to reach out to code enforcement to the gentleman that's in charge. He doesn't return our calls. He's blocked our emails, as well as Mr. Pia has, Esmen Lindquist has blocked my emails too. I don't appreciate that. Like I said, you guys are public servants. If I put you on blast, I mean, I don't mean to, but if you're not doing your job, I'm gonna keep doing my job and keep my community safe. So like I said, again, thank you again, Mr. Rocha, and thank all you guys that do a very hard job up here. And sometimes I just wish it would be a better job, no disrespect. But we got to keep our community safe and keep everybody together. So I appreciate it. Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon. Mayor Craig, Salinas City Council, Larry Hirohara, Salinas Chinatown. I would like to welcome City Manager Rene Mendez, and after he settles in, extend an invitation to come to Chinatown. The Salinas Downtown Community Board would like to host you so you can experience what Chinatown is now and what the potential is there. It will also include a tour where we can also tell you about the unique history and assets of the area. The City of Salinas is a vital partner in the revitalization of this area. We have worked diligently to improve the area and would like to bring you up to speed about our collaborative efforts and projects. And finally, on a personal note, I would like to recommend Acting Police Chief John Murray to be the next police chief. He has the leadership skills and local understanding needed to be for that position. I have worked with both he and Michael Batchelor on activities in Chinatown. I found both to be extremely reliable, responsive, and committed to making Chinatown a better place. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hirahara. Hi, welcome.
My name is Bradley Clinton, and I have some issues. I want to thank Jesus for getting me some information on the place on over there by KSBW, and something I don't know if I could find in here, but I heard that if after each phase, if it turns out that they have to enlarge or update the sewage system, that the contractor of that stuff has to pay for it. Well, I'd like to see that in writing, that they agreed to do that, and in the water, because what was there before is nothing about what they're going to plan to put on there. And I don't think the city is prepared for what's going to happen. They can't take care of the streets that they have, and they don't have the police to protect the added people. So I think there should be a moratorium to stop new building until they can fix the infrastructure of the city and get proper police coverage. And on that, I had a couple other issues. One, I think on the police thing, I think they should hire from within. Because you bring somebody else in, and it's going to take them 6 months or whatever just to get acclimated to Salinas. And it's not fair to the citizens of Salinas to have to deal with somebody new that doesn't know nothing about Salinas. He should go in knowing stuff and have a head start. And then my last notice is I'm getting tired of the workmanship that the public works do. They make things worse than it was. And I've called out David Jacobs to do a better job, and I've asked Renee to just talk to him and say, hey, do a better job or you're out of here. And how hard is that? If you can't do the job, get out of here. Because the streets are pathetic, and I'm getting tired of having to avoid potholes and tripping on sidewalks. And then just make excuses saying we'll fix it in 25 years. Well, who's going to be around in 25 years to see if they do fix it? So they need to fix things now. And of course you need more money. But the point is do what you got. Stabilize all the streets first with snail trails, like I call it with tar, and then go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Rosa Gonzalez. I emailed Carla and I emailed the public commissioners. So my name is Rosa Gonzalez. I live on the east side of Salinas on Bison Way in the 93905. I would like to address an issue that has been happening in my neighborhood and is affecting my household and several other neighbors regarding traffic violations. Within a week and days between the June 2nd and June 14th, my family has received 5 tickets between the hours of 6:30 a.m., 7:30 a.m., and 5:30 p.m. The first ticket was because we too close to the water hydrant, which I agree. Okay, ticketed. The ticket was paid. 2 days later, another ticket issued that the car was parked 18 inches away from the sidewalk. Third ticket was because I was getting my groceries out of the car. I parked the car in the driveway, double parked with my daughter's car, and the tail was sticking out. I came back out, then they had another ticket. First, the company that is ticketing is the PMBonline.org, which first thing you might think would be, well, don't park where they're not supposed to. Well, the demographics in Salinas is an area where we have multiple families living in a home. I moved here in 2000. It's been 24 years I've been living there, never had a problem with parking. But in the last couple of years, I have a neighbor who has 9 cars. Other neighbors have cones in front of their homes. Now, I know I parked already 2 blocks away, which is next to Dr. Oscar Loya School, which my car was vandalized. So I'm saying, why not give us a different solution? How about a warning? At least a warning that they're going to be coming around so many times. I've been watching them every day coming by to get tickets. The other thing is, how about once a month or something like this? But $250 is a lot to pay because there's 5 of us that have gotten tickets. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, David Masonev, 3rd District. First off, I wanted to say thank you to the City Council and to Water One. The email I got today that said that it was canceled also said that they were going to just stay with the billing. way to go. Everybody listened. It was cool. I wasn't going to say anything else, but the gentleman who comes up every week about the parks, why isn't something being done about that?
Yeah.
It's a little irritating, you know? And then you have this lady who just spoke about ticketing. Man, I've been on the east side, and parking is a premium. I mean, it is, especially on Bison. In that area, it's very impacted. I'm a real estate appraiser. I travel all over the city, and the east side is one of the hardest places to park, even during the week, in the middle of the day. It's just crazy impacted. I don't know how you can deal with that, but I think ticketing people, I don't know, somebody needs to pay attention to what they're doing. If this car is the first time, maybe a warning instead of a ticket. Yeah, so I definitely feel for her. $250 is crazy and not productive for the city. Doesn't make the city feel good. Doesn't make people say, oh, I'm so glad I'm in Salinas. What it does is say, nobody's paying attention. So I would just ask that the city council would direct people to maybe pay more attention. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi. My name is Alberta Tina Villegas, and I would like to address the visiting situation, which we no longer have due to one or two residents not complying with the rules. Now, as a whole group, everyone is being punished by the city, revoking all visitation rights, which is an unfair act. And this is just one of many infractions that the staff and security do every day. I mean, they pick and choose who they want to evict or write up. And there are times where the security has been told about, visitors still coming in, and they don't tell them anything, and they don't write up a report, and that's just not fair, and I guess that's all. Okay, thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon, City Council, Madam Mayor. Luis Chago Juarez for Building Healthy Communities. As we know, we were hoping today would be the day that the City Council would be able to vote on the rental ordinance. But as we know, it has been extended out to August 20th. So just taking a moment to really reflect on what the conditions are for our neighbors who are renting, and was able to come across this information, a bit of data stating that if Salinas renters only paid what they could afford, each rent-burdened household would save a yearly average of $8,300. So $8,300. I know that my neighbors, families in our neighborhood and on the east side of Salinas, the place where you experienced a hard place to park, where our folks live, and $8,300, what that could do for them, cover food costs, 84% of healthcare costs, 66% of childcare costs, and basically a yearly tuition to cover 1 year at CSUMB. If the City Council in this time that we're taking till August 20th really consider what this can do to really empower the economic participation of our neighbors, this would be that direction, and this is what we're fighting for. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Olga Reina, hello, City Council and Mayor Craig. I'd like to just suggest, I have a suggestion to make. It might help, it might not, but I'd like to make it. There's monolingual people, and our City Council sometimes has a lot of people here, and everybody wants to be heard. Well, it would be very good and effective if everyone would just pick up one of those translation devices and not waste a lot of time trying to translate everything after the person speaks. You know, that's just a suggestion I was thinking, and I think it might help the process of our meetings. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, Mayor Craig and the council members. I'm Robin McCrae. I'm the CEO of Community Human Services. And the first thing I'd like to do is thank the city for its long-time membership in the Joint Powers Agency that governs Community Human Services. We value your participation. I want to thank Council Member Rocha. He represents you very
Ms.
well on our
McCrae,
board of directors.
We are in general public comment, and we have that item scheduled for...
I'm not going to speak to that item.
Okay, great. Just wanted to make sure. It sounded like you were heading in that direction.
No,
so,
I am
okay.
not. and Councilmember Sandoval for serving as your alternate representative. I wanted to let you know that this year marks our 55th anniversary of providing services to Monterey County residents. The services include mental health services, drug and alcohol services, and homeless services. We're celebrating at our annual luncheon, which will be held Thursday, July 18th from 11:30 to 1 at Corral de Tierra. We're honoring our JPA cities and school districts. We're also giving special recognition to Senator Ana Caballero, who was our mayor at one time and who partnered with Community Human Services. We helped Partners for Peace bring Strengthening Families program to Monterey County, and that's a relationship that we value. We also hope that you will join us in celebrating our 55th anniversary at the luncheon by attending or buying a table. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And my apologies for jumping the gun on that. Hi, welcome.
Hi, Wes Wise, Salinas Monterey County Homeless Union co-president. Here to talk to you a little bit about, if you didn't know, there's a Supreme Court case, Johnson versus Grants Pass, that's been in litigation for a little while. It goes back to Martin versus Boise, where people are supposed to have a place to go if you're going to drive them out from where they're at, especially if you're going to steal all their belongings and just throw them in the trash and force them to private property. It seems to be a cycle that we've been going to, and at every level there's just such oppression, whether you're in a shelter, in a program, or just out in the street. We need to do better, and I feel like this council may be the one to actually swing the direction in a new city manager. You know, I'd love to have a personal interview, you know, on camera, on record, you know, about how we're going to try to solve it. One thing that I'm talking about is like a livability license. Basically, if you're signing up for services, then you're afforded at least 20 by 20, 400 square feet, and a structure would be cool. But otherwise, you know, it's whatever they make, and you just allow them to be somewhere, anywhere, 24/7, 365, because they are your residents. And they've been, they're lifelong. I mean, they plan to die here, just not this early. So help them live, help them thrive, and revalidate people, you know. I mean, you're going to find that just about everyone in Salinas is already signed up for services, doing everything they can, and look at what happens when they're in a program. So I just implore you to you know, validate people and stop the sweeps. I just seen a Public Works and a dumpster trailer and a cop all follow suit, and please follow up. Deny it if you can, but I do have video proof, and I just hope we do better, and please stop the sweeps.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Chávez. Muchas gracias.
She's okay? Okay.
Muchas
Yes,
gracias a todos.
I'll interpret. Adelante, María.
Okay. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es María Chávez. Muchas gracias por todo, por todos, a ustedes por toda la ayuda. Pido por favor hacer que las protecciones sean retroactivas a diciembre del 2023, por favor, ya que donde yo vivo habemos como 15 familias que el año pasado, en agosto, nos aumentaron exageradamente la renta y otra vez en mayo nos mandaron otra notificación de otro incremento aumento al máximo. Son como 140 que vamos a pagar en agosto. Y hay más familias sufriendo del incremento de renta. Y es que hay dueños de casas y apartamentos que saben que estamos pidiendo ayuda para una estabilización del 2% de incremento de renta y por eso nos están aumentando. Por favor, concejal Orlando Osornio, siga ayudándonos con la prostitución y obligada la prostitución de las calles Roosevelt, Madeira, Kerr y King, ya que los policías no pueden hacer mucho, porque por la ley que pasaron en Sacramento, por favor siga ayudándonos. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Chavez. Thank you for all you do for us. Thank you for all your help. I am here to ask that the rent stabilization comes in effect in December 2023. Where I live, we have suffered several rent increases. We suffered one in May, we suffered another in August. They were very big increases, $140. And the thing is that the landowners know that we are fighting for a rent stabilization for 2%. So what they're doing is that they're increasing the rent right now. So it would be very beneficial for us if this rent stabilization takes in effect December 2023. And also, Councilmember Osornio, if you can please continue helping us with the prostitution. We still have a lot of prostitution in the streets of Roosevelt, Madeira, Kern, and King. The police cannot do a lot because of the new law in Sacramento. So I really ask for your help. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good evening. I want to just second something I heard up here. I don't think there would be any other reasonable choice for police chief other than Pro Tem Chief Murray here, a member of our community and embedded here, and a man that obviously looks to protect us and all the constituents here with a proven track record. I find it, somewhat classic here. We're giving parking tickets to good Salinas residents, creating a problem. Yet we're letting hookers run wild. I mean, what's that? Our communities have been living multiple families in these homes for decades. The city has to provide parking. That's the solution. Yet you're ticketing people and going after balancing your budget. And now when we're looking at this, we break a rule, we get these parking tickets, hookers running wild. What about when this council breaks the rules? Who holds them accountable? We have some council members up here that have some filings that are interesting to me. Mr. Rocha makes a considerable amount of money as a grant writer and stipend from the city, yet in Section 8 housing. Have you moved? Are you not in compliance? How's that work? Carla allegedly, potentially living outside the city limits. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. It's all conjecture at this point. Mr. Sandoval, I have a big family, a lot of kids. You got a big family yourself, yet no job for 2 years, no assets. How do you feed them? My point isn't to cause problems, but let's look subjectively at accusations you make towards others on this council and what we're doing to represent our constituents and creating solutions, not problems. Thanks.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and City Manager, and our Council, Mr. Callahan, and City Council, of course. My name is Yolanda Hayes. I'm a Creek Bridge resident. I'm here because I'm very concerned about Gavilan Creek. It's one of the treasures that Salinas has in a city. I don't know if you've seen it during the winter, but it's just beautiful and full of visitors. We have we have some people living again in the creek. There's about 10 to 15 of them, and they're creating another big mess. And There's a lot of them that are mentally ill, at least 4 or 5. I would say schizophrenic because what I've heard about the disease. So I'd really like someone to be accountable for taking care of the creek. It's a treasure that Salinas has, especially inside the city. So that's one thing that I'd like to speak on. The other one is the rent stabilization. I grew up very poor like everybody else, like a lot of people in Salinas, but my father had strong character. And before we bought our house, he would take us every summer to pick fruit to save for a house. It took us 4 years to do that. Excuse me. And we bought our first home. My father would never take any handouts from the city. Mind you, maybe they need it now because cost of living is more expensive. But we worked hard for what we have, and that built a lot of character. We would never go into Section 8 because it tends to be a family thing. It's a rotation. One starts, and then it goes to the next family, and it's the way of life. So we would never do that. My father would never ask for a handout. So I'm against rent stabilization because we already have rent control. Plus, how many thousands of dollars, if not millions, is this going to cost to get that whole organization set up? I agree there are some slum landlords that need to be spoken to, but anyway. Oh, last thing, the hold-up button on Zoom and YouTube didn't work last week.
Thank you. Okay, we'll make sure we get that corrected. Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Yeah, hi, I represent the Montebella community. Having the community members from Chinatown represent somebody in terms of law enforcement is a pretty good recommendation. That area is an area that's most affected by crime, and that type of recommendation I would take seriously. For the entire community, I would recommend that everybody attends the sponsored events. I went and I saw Mr. Rocha, Mr. Sandoval represent the community at the Juneteenth event at Hartnell College, and it was everything that you would want in order to be able to demonstrate a flourishing community. Sunshine, multiculturalism, collaborativeness. We should go out and attend and support all of these events. Last night, we went to the Water District meeting, and our man, Anthony Rocha, spoke from his condition, spoke from the heart, and was the only member of that community of board members that actually brought up the needs of underprivileged communities. This is a community that he sees as his own, and there was huge opposition to what he was talking about. But I was there, the Montebellos were there, and we all spoke out, and we all spoke in support of Mr. Rocha. And we hope that he can continue to grow and to develop and to learn and to polish his skills so that way the needs of that community are continued to be supported. Thank you so much for your time, and we appreciate the work that you do.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Once again, I'd like to express my 100% support for Andrew and Anthony. They deserve our support, not abuse. My name is Eric Peterson, and pretty much my thunder's been stolen because I was going to advocate for hiring from within. But we've had some great examples here in the last few meetings. The budget presentation, the acting finance director deserves to lose the word acting from her title. We've got a precedent for that. Tom Keever was hired from within and did an excellent job for many years. On the dispensary issue, we had a great resource in Chief Murray. And I've said this before about the police being hired from within. Just based on, if you think about that, his performance answering questions, giving straight answers, that in itself is kind of a job interview. He already knows every cop in the department. Every cop in the department knows him. He knows his way around town because he's here. And something a few of us will understand better than others, he's a veteran. And those of us who've been there know you've got to be able to produce. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Welcome. My name is David Balch. I run a homeless outreach in Chinatown known as Closer Walk. And right now we're actually working with Dorothy's Place. We run the drop-in center for Dorothy's Place. We're down there 8 hours a day, every day. And Tony's been down there. Andrew's been down there helping out. I know Wes White, who I work a lot with, has been reaching out with Orlando and with Anthony. And I thank you very much for what you're doing and the concern that you're showing for our unhoused population. We're in a little bit of a holding pattern because of my own health issues, but I think in the next couple of months we're going to start to see some more expansions, one of which is we're now working with Central Coast Alliance for help on enhanced care management for Medi-Cal patients. So a lot of things are going on that are wonderful, but there is one thing that needs to be mentioned, and it goes below the surface, and I'm reaching out about my good friend Tina back here. There are things that happen in the motels, the Project Room Key, that the city doesn't necessarily always seem to be kept abreast of. For example, the Goodnight Inn, there were some tremendous issues that I got talked about, that people talked to me about multiple times every day for months about what's going on down there. And we never really saw anything from the city, and then the big lawsuit happened. So, similar things, not at that same level, but there are concerns going on at Steinbeck Lodge right now, that rules are not being enforced fairly. Some people are being given special privileges that other people aren't being given. Some people can have visitors, some can't. I go there all the time to pick up a client, and I'm always treated with respect. Don't get me wrong, it's a tough program. But some oversight, just to make sure that everybody is being treated fairly, might prevent something down the road from cropping up. And I thank Tina for coming in and mentioning her experience before, and she's not the only one who's mentioned that to me. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Hi, welcome. Come on up.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Mercedes García, soy madre de 4 niñas, hoy solo traje 2 niñas. Buenas tardes a todos, mi nombre es Mercedes García, soy madre de 4 niñas, soy una mamá soltera, entonces yo estoy aquí en apoyo. Estoy aquí, queremos el 2% y también la estabilización de vivienda, porque sabemos que estos lugares todo es muy difícil en la situación que estamos viviendo, más sobre vivienda, y sabemos que es un caso crítico en esta ciudad de Salinas. Como yo y como muchas familias hispanas, y sabemos que hay bastantes que estamos pasando por situaciones difíciles de vivienda. Quiero comentar un caso que me pasó, una experiencia propia, vivida con mis hijos. Estuvimos 1 año sin hogar, sin poder dónde ir, qué hacer. No teníamos hogar. Entonces, no había lugares de viviendas, listas de esperas difíciles. Pedían el doble de lo que ganaba uno y mis ingresos solo cuento con uno, ¿verdad? Y como yo y como tantas mujeres que estamos pasando por esas situaciones, familias de bajos ingresos que no tienen cómo pagar su vivienda y también viven con ese miedo, como yo y como muchos viven, porque a veces cada año se aumenta. Sabemos que ahorita está el 10%, muy arriba de lo que estamos pidiendo, y muchas familias no lo pueden pagar. Muchas familias que tienen hijos, el ingreso bajo. Entonces, es una situación que sí queremos que se tome en cuenta para que estas cosas no sucedan, porque yo sé que lo difícil que vivimos una experiencia, yo y mis hijos sin hogar, sin saber cómo pagar la renta, es difícil. Créanme que es difícil porque lo vivimos en carne propia y queremos solamente que nos ayuden y que estamos pidiendo el 2% y que sea una estabilización de vivienda, que nos ayuden y nos apoyen en eso. Muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Mercedes Garcia, and I have 4 children. Right now, I just have 2 with me, but I'm a single mom, and I'm asking for please to approve the 2% of what is rent stabilization. It is housing. It is very expensive. It is very difficult. It is a very difficult situation here in Salinas. A lot of Hispanic families are going through this problem and these difficulties. And I want to let you know about my own experience. With my children, I did not have a home for 1 whole year. I didn't have a place to live. I had to look, there were lists. Nobody would rent to me because I had to make double, and I only have 1 income. So there's not enough houses. A lot of single women have to go through this situation because they're low income, and we have to go through this fear. And also the fear that every year the rent goes up about 10%, and there's a lot of families that cannot cover that expenses. A lot of children that are going through this hardship, and the children don't have a place to live. It is a difficult situation. So we please ask you to support the 2%, and so we can have stable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon, City Council. Karen Cameron, concerned Salinas resident. I'd like to say, first of all, I would support the continuation of Officer Murray. In my brief conversation with him, he showed me to be a man of character, concern, one who's working with limited resources I won't detail for public safety reasons, but making do and seeming to do an outstanding job with what he has on his hands. So I would support him and encourage you to do the same, because I agree, bringing in someone from the outside is a learning curve that the police department probably doesn't need. I'm really trying to be supportive and as an educator. I feel like that's my role, maybe because I was a teacher for 20 years. But you take enough criticism. So until you prove to me that you have blatant reason to criticize, I plan to just simply educate and come and support you. One thing I wish I could give you is a clone machine. I know we all wish we had that. We could be 2 or 3 people and go to multiple meetings at one time. And I realize that you have demands to be 5, 6 places at one time, and you can't possibly keep up with some of the most important things. So I personally was appalled that the county was doing their final planning on an extremely important and overdue housing plan while you were welcoming in a city council member. I found that to be really appalling. I've been to different Board of Supervisor meetings throughout June, as well as Luis Alejo and Craig Spencer's planning meeting that they had about budget and housing. None of you were there, but I'm not here to criticize. I'm not here to criticize why weren't you at the Planning Commission. Why weren't a lot of the public there? Because they put out last-minute notice in the Monterey County Weekly. They've even stated that's how their practice is. And one of those meetings was held at 9 a.m., the one where they voted in the sales tax, but not the tourist tax. Anyway, thank you for keeping up good work.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, city members. I'm Antonio Rabago from Montebello, and we have been notified that after all these meetings from the month of February, Mr. Barrera, all the way through June, we were led to believe that City Council, along with Parks and Recreation, Public Works, were working diligently to get us security guards. We came here, we were on the agenda, they blew it off with a flick of the finger, and we have not heard anything from them. So we called Public Works and the Parks and Recreation, and they told us there will be no security guards. And then we ask questions, and nobody returns our calls or our emails. That's kind of a bad situation, you know. I think we pay enough to afford one cop or one security guard or one whatever you want to call it, or at least get us some supervision in the park in the afternoons, please. It's nothing big to ask. It's part of supplying for us our demands, and you're not doing it. Then the second thing is, we called code enforcement, and they sent me a real nice letter, 3 pages long. We're striving, we don't have no personnel, there's nothing we can do. Handle it yourself. Thank you very much. That's number 3. Number 2. Number 3, after 12 accidents on Skonberg, we have 2 light poles that were knocked down a year ago, will be this coming month of July. We have called Mr. Jacobs numerous times. We went to his office. Haven't heard a word. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Leo de la Rosa, and I live in East Salinas. I've been living there for quite a while, and I am proud to live in East Salinas, okay? But lately, it's been unattended. Aside from the streets being bad, potholes, we have our arterial avenues or roads are really bad, full of weeds. They've been reported quite a lot of times, and nothing's been done. Now, fences. You got different types of fences all along the arterial avenues, different painted differently, weeds on the sides of the fence. I mean, it looks terrible. I think we should bring it up to beauty the way it is supposed to be, and it can be done, but I don't know why it's been unattended. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good evening. I might be last. I'll start it off. My name is Daniel McCall. I live on Central Avenue. My wife and I purchased this home in 2020, and since that period of time, they've reduced the speed limit from 35 to 30 and 30 to 25. And the traffic on that road still hits 50. That is one of the rare roads that goes over to Davis. Since they put the speed bumps over on Acacia, people have transferred their traffic to our street. We can't back up into the road. People drive, even though that's an extremely wide road, they will drive on the door of my truck. There's enough room in that road to have parking on the side, a bicycle lane, and traffic going westbound, and the same with eastbound. But the people will come around that corner, and just this last winter, I had my truck hit, and they broke my axles and my shocks. And the insurance company wanted to total my truck. And it's like, that's a little bit ridiculous. All I'm asking is, see if somebody in city planning can do something. Lowering that speed limit didn't help us. They lowered it 10 miles an hour and the traffic still goes 50. So, and I asked the police department about it, and they said, we only have 8 officers to patrol our streets at a time. I don't have the manpower. I understand that. So enough with that. Mr. Rocha, I want to thank you very much. I was here last week at your meeting. I did listen to the one in Monterey for Monterey 1. I have a problem with the fact that at our meeting we had here, there's, and you heard it, there is communication. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no one else for public comment in the chambers, I'll go over to Zoom. Does any member of the public on Zoom wish to comment in general public comment? We have 3 hands. We'll go with the first one. Bill Leip, you have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. Just if that young lady is still there that got the parking tickets, or the city council representative for that young lady, I hope they get a chance to talk with each other and get this resolved. You hear how hard people are really hurting out there, and to have a third-party company that's probably not even a company in the state issuing tickets to residents. Just doesn't look very good. You know, we're coming up on 4th of July, and each 4th of July and New Year's Eve, Salinas becomes a battlefield of fireworks, echoing from one end of the city to the other. Even 8 miles out where I'm at, the noise terrorizes our pets and the pets in our neighborhood. The city needs to ban all fireworks and adopt a zero-tolerance approach. There should be fines for violators and property owners. Fundraisers relying on fireworks should find new methods. Our community and neighbors deserve a clear, enforced plan for our holiday peace and our holiday sanity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have Tim Even. You have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Welcome, City Council, Mayor. Do you guys hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay. I just want to talk about a couple things real quick. I wanted to support the residents of the Steinbach Lodge. We've been trying to work with them. I'm the chair of the lead council, and we've been trying to work with them on creating some solutions so that their no visitor policy that they implemented could be reevaluated because it is affecting a lot of them, and I keep hearing about a lot of issues that they're having there. So hopefully, we've been working on trying to address some of those issues. But I would definitely urge this to be looked at, by the city. Also, one thing I want to mention that I've heard from landlords is in regards to like the rents being raised is every time they raise the Section 8 vouchers, all the landlords catch wind of this, and that's when they raise the rent up. So I'm not sure if everyone's aware of this, but this is what's happening, and it's causing the rents to increase a lot of the time. I think that's all I had to say. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And we have Robin. Robin, welcome. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Craig. During a special council meeting on May 21st, a resident voiced disappointment over disrespect towards Mayor Craig by members of this council, labeling such behavior as misbehaving. She also expressed her disappointment that no council members were in attendance at a recent rent control meeting for farm workers, describing that meeting as a sad and emotional event. Councilmember Rocha, you had a very direct and intentional response to her concerns when you stated that members of the public who speak at these meetings should be mindful of their privilege. You then advised her to check her privilege before telling people of color to behave. Additionally, you informed her that you are neither her pet nor her child. Councilmember Rocha, when you used the phrase, check your privilege, did you mean for her to check her status as a white woman in a city where Hispanics make up approximately 80% of the population, with whites comprising only 12%? Conversely, were you suggesting that she recognize her privilege in addressing a city council predominantly consisting of people of color, and further, for the opportunity to speak before the council? Or alternatively, was it simply because she is a woman? Or could all three of these interpretations be correct? Noticeably, whenever Jose from Montebalia consistently expresses his concerns, this council remains silent. And I would like to remind the council of the Brown Act enacted in 1953. And for anyone interested, the public comment and Councilmember Rocha's remarks can be viewed and heard in the May 21st video around the 4:35 and 5:20 timestamps. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We will go to items of consideration. I'm going to give, hang on one moment, please. I'm going to give one more announcement because I'm told there are people in the audience. The Monterey One Water wastewater collection continuation, that's a mouthful, has been canceled. We will not be hearing it tonight. So I just want to acknowledge that, and we'll go on to the next item. The Potential Measure G Renewal and Ballot Measure Survey will receive a report from Jared Boygan, Team CivX, and I think Assistant City Manager Pia is also, okay, he's pointing to Jared. Hi, welcome.
Before we go
Hello.
there, Mayor, can the city attorney clarify why the Monterey One Water item is going to be canceled, just so people know? It's not like we're going to discuss it at the next meeting. Can the city attorney clarify why it's canceled?
I apologize, Jared, for the interruption. Go ahead and clarify, City Attorney.
So, Mayor and council members and members of the public, the Salinas City Council will not be considering this item because yesterday afternoon, the Monterey One Water Board of Directors did not move forward with placing the item on the property tax rolls. And so by virtue of that, the City of Salinas action is essentially rendered moot. There's nothing for us to do with respect to the Monterey One charges. Those will continue to be billed to Monterey One Water customers as they currently are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Boygun, I apologize for moving things around a bit, but we wanted clarification on a confusing matter. Potential Measure G renewal and ballot measure survey. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Nice to see you. Members of City Council, nice to see you all again. It is my great personal privilege to be here. I've been fortunate enough to work with the City of Salinas since 2005, when we passed Measure V to keep the libraries open. Very important moment in time. I had the privilege of working with the city on Measures G and H and E as well over the last 20 years to help make sure the city has enough funding for essential, vital local services, and it's really a community it's been my pleasure to work in and to serve. Tonight, we're going to hear some survey results from my colleague Rick Sklarz from FM3 Research. Is going to look a little bit at the potential for a Measure G renewal. I'm going to talk a little bit about what it means to put a ballot measure in front of voters and what some of those steps are. It's been a few years since we did it in the city, so it's always good to kind of refresh the process. And then we look forward to a discussion and questions. Rick?
So, good evening, council members. Like Jared, my firm has been working with your city for quite a while, so glad to be back. And I'm going to go through the survey results. It's a brief overview of summary. I'll go through rather quickly to allow you to have time for questions. So, just
if I could have you move your microphone up just a wee tad, you're slightly taller.
Okay, is that better?
Thank you, perfect.
Okay, great. Just a quick recap on how we conducted the survey. We do it what we call dual mode, but that essentially means we're contacting people over the telephone, live interviews, individuals. It's not automated, a robot. It is real people talking to your residents, your voters. And we also do it online. We send people emails or text messages inviting them to take the survey online as well. We did the survey both in English and Spanish. You can see we interviewed 427 Salinas voters who are likely to turn out this November for the election. And you can see the margin of error there. And you're going to see some results from prior research, as Jared mentioned, prior to those ballot measures in the past. Just give you a little sense of how people are feeling these days before getting into the ballot measure. So on this first slide, we asked the question, do you think things are headed in the right direction or off on the wrong track? And on the left side, depending on where you are in this room, for me it's the left side, the city of Salinas, nearly half, 47% say things are off on the wrong track, roughly a third right direction, 20% don't know or have a mixed view. When we ask about their local neighborhood, it's a little more positive, but still you can see more than 4 in 10 wrong track. I would say these results, while disappointing, actually in sort of comparison with other communities around the state, given the time we're in, all that's happening in our state, this region, everywhere in California, these numbers actually aren't as bad as other places. In fact, these are probably better than a lot of communities throughout California right now. And statewide, it's certainly better than the state as a whole. And just to give you some comparison data when we've done the surveys in the past, you can see, in fact, actually, the numbers today are better than they have been in prior years when we've done this type of research. So you can see all the way back to 2005, a much more negative perception of the city than today. Similarly, with their own community, this is where it's a little different. Views were more positive of their own part of the city in the past. Today, it's a little more evenly divided than it has been. We asked people their perception of city government. Do they have a favorable or unfavorable opinion of city government? Here you can see a narrow majority, 51% say unfavorable. I'd point on this slide, though, more to the people who say very favorable or very unfavorable. Those are people with strong opinions. They have a strong feeling. The people in the somewhat categories, they're just sort of, it's not strong. They feel a way, but certain things could happen, could change their opinion. And then you can see 2 in 10 respondents say no opinion, never heard of, can't rate the city overall. We then asked the question of, do you think the city has a need for additional funding to provide local services? And how would you describe that need? Is it a great need, some need, little need, or no real need? And what's notable on this slide is the level of the number who are saying great need. 6 in 10 respondents say the need for the city to have additional funding for services is very high. That's not a number we typically see in our research. So this is a much more intense sense that the city needs additional resources. And you can see when we add the some need, it's 83%. Just 13% say the need is not at all or just a little. All right, so now you sort of get a little context background. We'll get into the ballot measure. And what you're seeing on the slide here is a simulated 75-word statement. We worked with the city attorney's office, your staff as well, to develop something that is legally permissible. The legal counsel reviewed it, made sure it was acceptable by law, and it explains to respondents what the ballot measure could be. And it's sort of right off the bat, you see without raising taxes to continue funding for service such as, and it goes and lists a whole number of services. And this is the concept of renewing Measure G, the previously voter-approved measure, and it shows the 1 cent sales tax, how much it would raise, and the requirements that there's oversight, accountability, annual audits, citizens' oversight to review how funds are spent. So the respondents heard this on the phone, read it for themselves online, and were asked to vote. And in this initial vote, nearly 2/3 are voting yes in total. What's notable in that sort of blue box on top is the more than 6 in 10 who say they would vote definitely yes or probably yes if the election were held today. So this starts out with some pretty solid support. There's a pretty good level of support here, and I'd sort of point to the other side of the ledger. You can see the no, a total 1 in 3, 33% are saying no, but only 2 in 10 are saying definitely no. So you've got nearly a 2-to-1 ratio of strong support, definitely yes, versus definitely no. So it's a good place to start. And at this point in the survey, we've only asked them this measure once. Based on this language, they haven't heard any other information about it yet. Just wanted to give you a sense in your council districts how the numbers look, and you can see there's support all across the 6 council districts, pretty solid margins in every part of the city. So now we get into the portion where we start communicating information, providing details about the potential ballot measure and how funds could be used. And on the next several slides, we asked the respondents to identify how important a use of the ballot measure funds is that particular service, program, expenditure. And you can see on this first slide, the dark blue bars say is extremely important. The middle blue is very important. The lightest blue is somewhat important. And then the little strip of orange you'll see in places is not too important, and gray is don't know. And what this is basically saying is there are a lot of things that your voters are saying are highly important to them. And right off the bat, what you can see on a lot of this slide is public safety related. Very first and foremost, 59% are saying it is extremely important to invest in programs that will help prevent crimes, including thefts and burglaries, 90% when we add the very important. It's a very intense level of importance. It's not something we typically see in our research, so the issue of crime is clearly something on a lot of your voters' minds. We also see things like groundwater supply, local drinking water resources, keeping neighborhoods safe and clean, pothole repairs, local firefighters and paramedics, safe routes to school. So public safety in a variety of ways is very important. Infrastructure, we've heard tonight about sort of conditions of roads. That's a main thing that a lot of voters are thinking is an important use of funding as well. I'm going to move relatively quickly through the next slide because we asked a whole lot of these, so there's quite a few of these. But over and over, what we're seeing is there are a lot of potential ways funds raised by this ballot measure, maintaining this important source of revenue for the city. There are a lot of ways that the public thinks these funds can be invested. Again, a lot of public safety on this slide. You can also see some issues related to homelessness, addressing that concern. The next slide, again, we're seeing crime-related issues, investing in youth resources, creating more housing, and addressing sort of business issues. So again, none of these really, even some of them may be a little less intense. The idea that any of these are not important, most voters say these are all worthwhile expenditures. And just one more slide, and here you can see the remaining group of this. So just the general idea of investing in local services is important to your community. And here we go. Okay. The last section of the survey presentation talks about how to communicate with the public about this measure. And so we simulate communications that you could do, different themes, and what we see in this portion of the research is very reflective of what we just went through. Basically, the themes of investing in road repairs, infrastructure, ensuring effective public safety services, maintaining quality neighborhoods, all very significant reasons why the public thinks this ballot measure makes sense and why renewing this Measure G would be a good thing for the city. And here on the slide, what you're seeing is the percentage in the dark blue portion of the box is much more inclined to support this ballot measure after hearing that statement. The lighter blue is somewhat more inclined. So you can see these statements resonate at a very high level, particularly repairing local streets and roads. Over 50% much more inclined after hearing that statement. The next slide, accountability, always an important statement to make sure the public understands these measures have required accountability provisions, be they annual audits, public oversight, public expenditure programs, so that people can see how funds are spent. All of these things are important to the public. This slide sort of explaining, a series of statements. One notable one, the no rate increase. Again, making sure the public understands this is something they've approved in the past. This would be maintaining what the city currently has. It's not asking for anything new or different. Here on the slide, you can just see all of these together, the percentages. Again, the dark blue is much more inclined, the lighter blue somewhat more inclined. I would say, in most cases, in a lot of places, we don't have as many messages that really resonate as highly as these do, but you have a sort of wealth of riches here. These are clearly go back to sort of that need question. There is a big need. The public wants investments in their community, and all of these statements reflect that attitude. And so after they heard those statements or read it, obviously, online, we asked them about the measure one more time and say, how would you vote now? And here you see some pretty dramatic increase in support. We started about 2/3, 64% in total voting yes for the measure. After they are provided that information, how funds could be used, why this ballot measure is on the ballot, more than 7 in 10 are voting yes on the measure. But most notably, 51% say they would vote definitely yes. That's some really strong movement at the most intense level. It's not something we typically see, so that increase is pretty significant there. You can also see that the no vote declines. It moves down more than 10 points. Again, not something that is typical in our research. Typically, a lot of people who vote no initially, they're hard to move, but in this survey, a fair number actually move away from voting no in the survey. Just to sort of summarize, there we go. I think I had one more slide in here. I did want to highlight, we did test the 18-year sunset provision, and what's interesting here to note, with that provision included, support actually declines at a pretty significant rate. And I think what this sort of reflects is the understanding of your voters to say, if this goes away, how are we going to fund all these programs and services that we really need and want and think are very important? So we're just going to be back where we are now if we have this sunset provision again. So there's clearly some sense of why do this, why go through this all over again, just to be back where we are right now. We did test a whole series of statements from potential opponents, again, simulating this potential arguments against. We wanted to be fair in the survey, give balance to both sides. I'm just being brief. I'm not giving all this wording here, but you can see the statements, each of these wording, the sort of blank check, all these relate to a specific theme. And the big takeaway here is, yes, there's some statements that are stronger than others, but they do not have as much persuasiveness as the educational statements. So they resonate, but just not to the same level. That being said, wouldn't be honest if I didn't tell you, those messages have a cumulative effect. If there is a strong opposition campaign, obviously it takes support down. At the very end there, you can see 51% are voting yes. That definitely yes vote is now down to 32%. And in fact, the no vote has actually come up again closer to 4 and 10. So there is movement here. There's volatility. Voters respond to what they're hearing in the survey accordingly. I'm just going to quickly go through a couple of slides and hand it back to Jared. I don't want to take up too much time. We can leave time for discussion. But in effect, I think you're sort of in a situation where voters are frustrated, but they see a great need. They think a lot of things are, in a sense, important, and they want investments, even if they're frustrated that the city's not in the position they would want it to be. So I'm going to stop there, leave this slide up so people can sort of read it for themselves, but hand it back to Jared for his next portion.
Thank you, Rick. I have one other slide, and then we'll open up to questions on the survey results as well as my last slide about process, and we look forward to hearing questions and discussion from council. So very quickly, if you're looking at a ballot measure, people generally think of, and we're all veterans of elections here, we always think of elections, we think of lawn signs and direct mailers and door knocking and all the things we have to do in elections. And those things are important and they happen, but those are not things that the city itself can undertake. They have to be done by a privately funded, volunteer-led campaign. And on this slide, they're represented under the yellow arrow on the far right, the independent campaign. And in our experience for many decades of working with cities on this kind of local ballot measure, we've learned that there are 3 different milestones that cities can undertake themselves to give themselves the best chance of putting a measure in front of voters that is most in tune with your community priorities. Tonight represents the end of the first. You've completed a scientific survey of voters. So when Rick gets up and talks about the methodology of his survey, that shows he's not just picking any 427 registered voters. They're looking at likely voters and there's statistical validity to his modeling. That's a scientific survey. It gives us some reliability and confidence in the results. That shows that there's feasibility for the measure tonight under various circumstances. However, we also noticed the other 2 milestones, the awareness building and the measure development. We did see in those slides, and we can have some discussion and question about this, some movement, some volatility as people got more information. Support went up, support went down. People had certain priorities that they thought were more important than other priorities. So there was some discussion about that. So one thing that we see cities do is they generally have some public discussion about a potential measure. We don't have a lot of time for that in 2024, but there is some time for that. You do have some time before the measure expires, but this is one of the last presidential election opportunities before the measure expires, which is, I think, why we're having this conversation today. And then ultimately, we have to pull together the actual legal documents, the resolution, the ordinance. City attorney will take the lead on that, but it's good to bring in some of the influence and interpretation and understanding from the community to make sure that the documents that you bring forward as a city council to consider and vote on reflect your community values and community priorities. So some of the issues that were mentioned in the survey can get covered in those documents. So if this was to be on the ballot for 2024, we would have to make a decision as a council pretty much in the next 5 to 6 weeks to do that. It has to the deadline for the 2024 election. We have to deliver completed documents to the county by August 9th. So August 8th would be the last day for a council meeting to decide that. We have 5 or 6 weeks then to go through kind of these next 2 milestones about community discussion and consideration and pulling together a resolution and ordinance if we want to be on this upcoming election. So it's a little bit of time, not as much as in some cases, but certainly enough time to do it if we want to do it. And with that, I think we'll pause and take questions about Rick's data, about the process, discussion, as you like.
All All right, so my modus operandi usually is we go to council questions, then I go out to the public for general public, or for public comment on this item, and then we come back for council final comments and action should we need to take it. So with that, I will start to my right. Councilmember Osornio, do you have questions?
Yeah, so can you go over again really quickly the data that was used for the 472?
427 interviews. So the way we obtain, first of all, the people who are interviewed are registered voters. So going through the public county registrar database, we obtain the City of Salinas voter database. Then based on past voting behavior, we select those voters who we believe will turn out in this coming election. The reality is it's a presidential election, so it's the vast majority of people who have voted in past elections will vote this time. If you are a new voter, you just turned 18 and registered and you have no vote history, we're going to take you because we don't know what you're going to do, but we don't want to exclude people without having a sense of what they've done in the past. So basically, if you voted in the past, you're in our sample. And what we do in our sample is make sure that the sample we have, the percentages we have, are reflective and proportional to what that voting population is. And so it's not on the screen now, but the slide that showed the various council districts, percentages for that vote, underneath it was a percent of sample. And so each district is different. And so while your districts are created to represent an equal portion of the city population-wise, turnout in each one of your districts is different. And so some districts' voters will turn out at higher rates than others and be a larger share or a smaller share of the electorate vis-a-vis their population of the city. And so we do that for all the demographics. So, if it's gender, there's the appropriate number of men and women by age, by age groups, by ethnicity, by party affiliation, by, as I said, city council districts, so areas in the city. So the sample of 427 people is representative of the broader population of voters in your city.
Okay, thank you for that. Yeah, I do see that slide where it says support is strongest in District 2, District 3, and District 4.
Right.
One of the other questions that I had also is, what's the typical timeline? I understand that we have a presidential election, at this year, but what is the typical timeline that a measure like this is put together? Because I know I saw, I believe it was August. It needs to come back by August. Was it 5th or 6th?
But by August 8th, we would have to have decision of the city council. I say that every city has its own timelines. This is a little bit of a different process because it's a renewal measure. It's not a new tax. People are already paying it, and this is a no tax rate increase. So for the original Measure V 20 years ago, that was a long process. It took 2 years, basically, to pull all of that together with various, there was some losses in there, and there was some, coming together, and a lot of, community coalition work, and, it took a lot of work to get that together. But renewal measures typically do come together faster because it is something the community is already paying. You're not talking about raising people's taxes. It is a continuation. And these measures ultimately are general fund measures. So while we do have a lot of conversation about various community priorities, we're not putting together a specific expenditure plan because that would trigger a 2/3 voter requirement. We have to allow it to be a general statement of categories and purposes that are consistent with the general fund. So it is quicker to put together a renewal measure for a general fund like that. And so, with this polling and this timeline, assuming we feel as a council that this is the right time and the community feels fairly united to move forward, this is an appropriate timeline.
And just as a point of clarification, you have 7 of us for questions, so if you wouldn't mind keeping answers a little more succinct, I appreciate it. Thank you.
One of the other questions that I had, and I don't know if this is for staff or for you guys, but so currently there's going to be 5 council positions on this ballot. Is there an additional cost to put this measure on the ballot?
There would be. I can't give you that estimate, but the county registrar of voters could provide an estimate to staff.
Okay, thank you. And no further questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Barrera, questions?
Yes, thank you. Being that it is a renewal measures, as you call it, With your experience and being a president election, I mean, a lot of people are not happy with government as well, at all levels. How do you see the timing? I know you mentioned in August 8th, but with the timing, are we rushing it, or do we have enough time to organize, look at the business community, bringing in a team together? Is there time for that?
Well, I think I'm not sure I'm the right one to answer that question. I think all of you have to kind of look at your community supporters and members and decide, do we feel like there's enough time for people to come together and unify behind this? The polling shows that if people are unified behind this, it can win. If there's a lot of division and divisiveness about it, maybe it's not right to push it forward. But at this time, if you kind of talk to folks and feel like people are ready to come together, then I think there is enough time.
Well, let me ask you, and maybe I'll ask the city manager in a little bit regarding that, what his take is on this. Being that right now this city is going through a big change as far as infrastructure improvements, even though we're getting heavily criticized that we're not a team, or there's no leadership, there are streets 30 years now that are finally getting fixed. We have millions of dollars in park infrastructure. There's a lot of money that has millions of dollars that have already been approved. We're just waiting. So my question is, I know the last time we had this measure on the ballot, whoever put on a beautiful brochure. My question is, now being that we actually have big community projects, how do you see this marketing? Because I know there's good marketers, but some people don't believe us anymore. So how would you structure that? Or I don't know if you're the right person to ask.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question. I think it's always good for people to understand that you are doing a good job with taxpayer money and showing examples of things that you are doing, and particularly things you described, Councilman Barrera, that are things we saw that are top public priorities, like fixing roads, safe and clean parks. Those are things that are important for the residents to see. So I think you would want to talk about that. At the same time, we know 6 in 10, even 8 of 10 of your voters think that there's significant need for resources for the city. So it's still okay to say, look, we need funding to continue to do and do more of these kinds of things. So that's probably how I would talk about it.
Yeah, and I mentioned one of your slides says after being educated, after being informed, people tend to feel a little bit more confident in wanting to approve it.
Yeah, that education is important. Yep, it makes a difference.
And Mr. Mendez, I don't want to put you on the spot here, but I will. You are a city manager. With what you know now, as far as timing, I don't know if you have a recommendation or what are your feelings, your thoughts on putting it on this ballot?
Yeah, so I'd like to kind of give you a response at the end after kind of hear from the council, but I think, the questions you're asking are appropriate, and there's a lot of great stuff going on, projects and everything. I think a lot of it's the messaging, and do we feel as a council and as a community that we can actually support? We're not asking the community to raise the taxes. We're asking them to extend, to continue the great work underway. So, I mean, honestly, could we use a little bit more time? Yes. Is it critical we get the right messaging? That's the key.
Yeah.
And can we get the right support? And I need to hear from you in the community whether we're there yet.
Yeah, and I concur with you. I would like to hear from, in front of us, we have people that have been here for years on education and business and several different areas. But my last question is, if this council was to say, hey, well, let's just wait 2026, what's your, what would you say about that? I mean, as far as making sure that we do the thing right and making sure that we are working together as a unit, like you said, bringing the entire city together and making sure that it'll pass.
I mean, you do have that opportunity. You have, I think, 2 more opportunities. You have 26 and 28 as possibilities. And I think it's it's always good if you do have more time to take advantage of the time and do that community education and outreach if you have that time.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we're going to have comments after the public. Thank you, I'm done.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez, questions?
Just a few questions. You know, I really would like to commend our city staff because when we were looking at community outreach and organizing and data collection for the operational budget, for the annual budget, I feel like we really went above and beyond. So I'm curious, and I'm sure this is a question for our city manager and our outreach team, city staff, if they're here. Jim, if you can hop in as well. Would we be able to employ some of the same tactics on that end where, budget meetings, where we're meeting people in shopping centers and giving them sort of 30-second educational speeches or things like that to inform the public? Would it be the same staff? I mean, who exactly on our end would be tasked with that? Looking at like two different directions.
Through the mayor, maybe Jim can help me, but if you tell us that we're moving forward to put this on the ballot, then absolutely we need to do the work. So I think we would have to mobilize, galvanize, get the staff, Jim, Selena's team, everybody that was out there, the engagement teams that were out there, we would have to kind of lift it because we would have a few weeks to do it. Because remember, part of that chart says at some point we need to stop doing that, right? And we need to sort of hand it off. And so we would have to work to get it done. So the short answer to the question is if the council wants to put this on the ballot, we will do the work.
And if we did put it on the ballot, given the rushed timeline, can we talk a little bit about the risk of? I'm concerned if we put this on the ballot, it goes out, it fails, we put it on the ballot again, and then people get the impression, well, they're just trying to, kind of ram this down our throats. What exactly would the risk assessment of something like that be?
Yeah, personally, I do not like to see measures like this go and lose. I think that sets you back quite a bit. It's not a simple thing to come back after a loss and just say, well, we just thought we'd try it, we're going to try it again. Once a measure is defeated, there's lots of questions about why it was defeated. There's 10,000 opinions about why it was defeated. It becomes a more complicated matter to put things back together again. So I do think that you wouldn't want to go and think, well, it's okay if we fail. I think you want to go when you're ready to succeed.
Yeah, okay. I'll reserve the rest for comment. Thank you.
Councilmember Sandoval, questions?
Sure. How does it compare non-presidential elections to presidential elections for measures to pass, or as far as the success rate?
So statewide, it tends to be a little more favorable in presidential elections because you do have a younger electorate, more Democrats, for example. In this community, that it's not as dramatically different because you have a lot of conservative parts of California where the demographics are very different than they are here. So here in this community, we've had success in, non-presidential elections. The Measure V was a special election in 2005. That was different. We've done, I think G originally might have been 2014. I believe the Hartnell College bond was also a non-presidential election, if I'm not mistaken. So it does, in this community, it is possible to do things in gubernatorial elections as well. So I think feeling like you're ready and your community is unified, I think is probably more important than a specific election date. The local situation has to feel right.
Right. What percentage of measures that are being renewed, because this is not a new tax, what's the success rate on those?
Well, renewal measures do tend to pass at a higher rate than new taxes, for sure. I don't know if I have the statewide numbers at my fingertips, but certainly there's a difference, and asking voters for a no tax rate increase is a much easier ask than asking them for a tax increase.
Just a rough estimate, 2 to 1.
I mean, I can't offer numbers off the top of my head. I don't know what they are, but I can tell you it's definitely different. Most of the no tax rate increases do pass, and new taxes are more challenging.
It sounds like at least a more significant chance.
Significantly, yeah.
Yeah, and Comparing the high confidence rate, as you see, there's been an increase in favorable outlook to the way they see the city council. Compared to other cities who have tried to do tax renewal measures, is there a correlation to that? Or
I mean, I think as Rick said, we're seeing a lot of negativity towards local government around the state right now. Just people are feeling that. I think a closer correlation we generally watch is, does the city need more funding? Right? And that was a slide that Rick, where we had 6 and 10 said definitely, and 8 and 10 said definitely and somewhat. And that tends to be a closer corollary in our experience to, openness to tax measures. Now, that said, the survey data also showed a lot of divisiveness and controversy around it could really drive the number down, because people don't necessarily think I automatically trust whatever. They need to feel like the community is unified and people are moving forward together. So I do think that is a factor.
Okay, those are all my questions.
Councilmember Rocha, questions?
Thank you. In looking at the initial vote, it would be total yes 64%, vote after education is 72%. In your experience, is there a specific number you try and look at as a best practice on whether or not to proceed?
I mean, certainly your initial test is high enough. We need 50% plus 1 for a renewal measure of this nature. So to be in the low 60s with a definitely yes like that is certainly an adequate place to begin. And, getting up to the 70s is great. It means the education matters and people respond to the education. There's a lot of volatility in these numbers. So a lot of negativity in the climate, a lot of negativity in the community. Your final ask, you're down at 51. That's low. 51 is within the margin of error of passage. And so I do think it does, make us think that it really does matter for you to feel confident that the community is ready to move forward collectively, get good education out there, that this shouldn't feel controversial to people, that it should feel like we're just continuing some good work that the city can do and can't afford to lose this money, we have to renew it, that should not be controversial. I think if there is a lot of division and controversy around it, it's probably worth taking some time to sort that out before you put this on the ballot.
That was my only question. Thank you.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Yes, so kind of just piggybacking on the questions about failed measures. Have you ever seen a failed measure come back and succeed?
Yes, it does happen, absolutely.
Okay. And then I know that other jurisdictions are talking about increasing their taxes as well, such as Monterey County, even though it won't affect the city proper. Does the perception that everybody else is increasing their taxes or putting measures on the ballot, do you think that will have an impact?
The data shows that it does not really impact, that voters look at each measure on its own for that particular set of purposes, for that particular jurisdiction. Do I care about this? Do I think it's important? Do I trust these folks? Does it sound like a good plan? And then they'll move and look at the next one. So we have long ballots in California, and voters are used to that. So they do tend to just kind of look at each measure on its own merits.
Sounds good. And then my other question is, I remember when Measure G was getting put on the ballot, similar studies were done. There was a report back that there was like a sense of urgency. The city was in crisis. Did you feel that same sense when you were doing your surveys?
Say urgency?
I would say the way is perhaps not the sense of urgency, but there is an intensity in the results. As mentioned, the 6 and 10 who say there's a great need for additional funding, that is an abnormally high number. So that speaks to a sense of we really need money in this city to fund our services, and the strong level of intense importance for all the various services that were tested also speaks to that. So in the sense that it is a crisis, maybe not a crisis, but there is clearly a sense that we really need this. There's a lot of things that need to be improved in our community right now.
And then last question for you is, there seems to be a disconnect, right? As Councilmember Barrera mentioned, the city is doing so much for infrastructure, but there is a sense that we are not. Is that typical of surveys?
Yes, I would say it's very typical for perception to lag a little bit behind reality sometimes, because unless you're seeing it happen right in front of you on your street, and maybe you aren't conscious of things that are happening. So I think that's normal. And I would say it's also normal for this, that's a natural tension in ballot measures for people to say, yes, I need money. Yes, I see these things not being done. I have some frustration with local government, but I still support a measure because I want to see these things being done. So it's okay for those things to kind of coexist. It's not an unusual pattern.
Sounds good. No questions.
I'm just curious, and maybe this is for city manager, have we asked Measure G committee if they're supportive of it?
I don't think so.
So, Mayor, that's a very good question. They knew we were doing the survey. We haven't asked because the true ask is on August 6th or 8th. Today, we're just listening on the direction, reporting the results back to you, so we had time to do that.
And are you planning on bringing it forward to the Measure G committee?
We certainly can.
Based on direction and stuff, I want to make sure we're careful how we
Understood.
do it.
Okay, all right. I
So
just
this had to happen first.
didn't know if it was the chicken or the egg, so thank you for that. I appreciate it. So one of the questions I had actually had to do with the draft results memo that you had on page 2. You have listed on figure 3 several things that residents have determined to be extremely important or very important, and a lot of them are public safety based. So helping prevent crimes, including thefts and burglaries, maintaining 911 response, keeping public areas safe and clean and available for everyone to use, recruiting and retaining well-trained firefighters, recruiting and retraining well-trained paramedics and EMTs. So my question here is, where did this language come from? Like, is this ballot language? Is this Measure G ballot language? How did we know to ask these questions?
Oh, okay. So these were just in terms of putting the survey together, working with your staff. How would funds be used? What are the current uses of Measure G funds? How could the council decide the city to use them in the future if the measure is renewed? And so we provided and you saw it in the presentation, just a pretty exhaustive list of potential ways funds could be used. And so this just highlights the top, 10 or so, all the ones that were 85% or more rated extremely or very important. So it really comes from working with your staff, the city staff, and getting their feedback on how funds are currently being used and the programs that you would continue to fund.
Got it. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. And then this message, this question, I think is for our city attorney. I recognize Councilmember Barrera and I are the only two that have sat through Measure V, Measure G. And I'm wondering, because of the Vargas Act, I'm just wondering if maybe you might be able to explain what the city can and cannot do in terms of working on a ballot measure.
So thank you for the question, Mayor. It's not the Vargas Act. Vargas was the name of a case that the California Supreme Court decided that the city of Salinas was sort of the poster child for. And so the city and the city council cannot advocate, lobby for, or campaign for the ballot measure, should it make it onto the ballot. We can provide factual information to the public so that the public can make an informed decision. But I think that's the point of that chart that your consultants put up. There's a stopping point where we need to hand this off to a nonprofit group, some group in the community, in order to carry that forward so that they can do the campaigning and the lobbying and that sort of outreach activity, which the city and the council members cannot. And that's why I sort of had a raised eyebrow when you asked the question whether or not we've asked the Measure G committee, because that's the same exact thing. We can't ask them what they feel about the ballot measure because that would ostensibly be campaigning. And so we could give them information. They have their audit reports that they provide to the city council on an annual basis. And so that would be the extent of what I think they could do, Mayor.
And has any, as far as staff knows, has any community committee or community group come forward with an interest in renewing Measure G?
I don't believe so, but.
Okay. Okay. And then am I allowed to ask the city manager his opinion about whether or not, since you've now heard from all the council members with their questions?
Yeah, how about the comments afterwards?
Okay.
Can I get a little more time?
All right, you can have a little more time.
Thank you.
All right, we'll go out to the public. We'll go ahead and hear from the public on this item. You have 2 minutes and welcome.
Hi, thank you for having me. Jose Guerra Montebella, community again. 427 people took their survey. Where do they get those numbers? Who do they call? I mean, I've been in Montebella since 2004. got my house in 2005. I mean, are you sending them out just to, no disrespect to political parties, Democrats? Because I'm a Republican. Did I not get the call because I'm different? I mean, I don't get it. You talk about no trust in government because of stuff like this. This is why. You just asked for Measure G. Where's Measure G? Where's the representative? They're not here. Mr. Pio can even answer that. Oh, we'll get to it. Sad. That's not how we run things. Transparency. You need to inform the public. Me personally, make a meeting. That's what I do. Before I have a meeting in my Montebello community, I get my people together. It takes us more than a week, 2 weeks, sometimes with 3 weeks. We go over everything to make sure we touch base on everybody's comment and concern. Just because you don't like somebody's comment or concern doesn't mean you don't have to listen to it. You do. That's what a public servant does. You listen to everything. You take it in, whether you like it or not. I've been in that business, I know. But what you do with it is the outcome. You can turn these voters, you can make that pass so easily if you educated people properly. I don't mean by education is tell them what to do, information. That's what you need to do. And second of all, the last thing I want to know is the funding. How do you get the numbers for the funding? Did they open the books up to you? Because we've been trying to get the books for almost 2 years. We just get numbers. I want to see the books, the cooked and the uncooked books. That's what I want to see. That's all I got to say, but this is not going to pass, gentlemen. Good luck. Put it on the ballot. I'll vote against it.
Hi, welcome.
Yeah, Montebello. I just want to commend Mr. Barrera's list of questions. His questions were right on, and they demonstrate an ability to understand the crisis that is faced by this committee. He mentioned the fact that community members want to be informed. There's an issue with the fact that we're constantly being blindsided and there's no communication. He mentioned the fact that there's budgeted projects that need to be finished. And one of the problems that we have as a city is that you don't do the job well. You don't have the staff. You don't manage the projects well. We're constantly running up against false deadlines because these things aren't being managed. If you cannot do the work today, and you have more work to do tomorrow, and you want to add more management, you don't have the capacity to do it. I think that Mr. Barrera's idea that you take your time, that you do it at a time that is good, that you do it after establishing ability to communicate with your community and to rebuild the trust that is needed for your community to believe in you. You got the answers right there in his questions. I just want to thank you for laying that down. I hope that your colleagues listen to what it is that you're saying and understand what it is that motivates the questions that you asked, Mr. Barrera.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hello, thank you. Kevin Dayton, speaking as the Government Affairs Director for the Salinas Valley Chamber of Commerce. Many people tell me behind the scenes, Kevin, it will be crucial to get the business groups on board to get this passed. And thank you, Councilman Barrera, for actually pointing that out since the transactions are done on business. I'm going to have to bring this up before the Chamber's Government Relations Committee and the Board of Directors. And what I think I might suggest to them is that the support of the business group comes with some conditions. Not policy conditions, but things that people complain about all the time that I think have some validity, such as accountability, openness, transparency, data that's organized and accessible about expenditures and revenue, and just making it easy for people to know what's going on. I've watched I've watched or shown up for every oversight committee meeting for E&G since 2022. And some of you know I wrote articles for the Business Journal last year on every one of those sales tax the best I could. It was a little frustrating, and I think some improvement can be done. I appreciate the efforts this year of acting city manager Pia. The budget had some great new material in it. But I'd like to be able to say more to the business leaders than, the city will probably go bankrupt if Measure G is gone. I'll mention a couple other things as I have a bit of time. I wish those slides had been available in advance to look at. If we could have the clerk put those slides up onto the website so that I can distribute them on social media and to business leaders, that would be great. Regarding your question, Mayor, about where did this language come from, I'm skeptical about that 5,000 gang members and 15 gangs. I think that might be 20 years old, and you might want to check. I hate to see arguments to pass Measure G that make Salinas look bad. And I'll also give you, there are things I'll talk more about later. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, David Masonev. I've got so much on here, I don't even know where to start. I think there was a misunderstanding of some of your data, and I'm just speaking out on my own accord, but you said that because you had a sunset clause or a sunset provision, you thought that it was detrimental because people didn't want to keep coming back to this. I kind of think it's the other way around. I think the sunset clause was a little bit too long. As a voter, I don't care if I have to come back every 5 years to do this. It's an important measure. I'm not a pro-tax guy, but at the same time, I recognize you can't just pull $20 million out of the city funds and say, oh, we'll just make it work. That's hard for you guys to do. It's hard for anybody to do. So I kind of think that the sunset clause needed to be a little bit less instead of non-existent. The other thing I was concerned about was I pulled this off the city website and printed it out, and under findings it says there's an overwhelming belief that the city of Salinas needs additional funding to provide the level of services that residents need and want. And then in parentheses it says error, reference source not found. What does that mean? Does that mean we made up the information? I don't know. I was a little concerned about that statement there. The other concern I have is splitting this money up to so many different areas. We're not going to necessarily accomplish anything. You know, you do something really well, or you do it kind of haphazardly. I think maybe there needs to be some real guidance as to where the money is spent and how it is spent. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon. Name is Eric Peterson, and I worked on No, which was a tax measure, A, B, C, K, V, G, and I might have forgotten something in there. My main concern on this is simply time. You got to get the message out. And we don't have a lot of time, and we've got a very complicated election coming up. And not getting the message out to many people is an automatic no. And it just, the best campaign I was in really was the one with the negative, because it was a repeal of the utility tax. And everybody worked really well on that, and it did very well. Well, the no side did well, which meant we kept the utility tax. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. One more. Welcome.
Marianne Orden. I worked on that tax and E. Got my face and my husband's face plastered all over this town for that measure. The only problem now, you say you're sending out a survey. To this day, I've never seen a survey. And if you expect me to just survey on the phone, I get lots of surveys on the phone, which I do not trust unless I know who's doing it and they tell me their name and I know who they are. You're not going to get a right answer from me. And all my other friends and seniors feel the same way. We're very leery about answering those surveys. But if you had sent me one in paper, I might have filled it out. But I'm going to tell you, after being here all these years, so you know that, we haven't seen all the money going to the right places that we were told, except for the police station and a couple other ones, that they've been fulfilled. They haven't. And when I go out, I'm promising, I mean, I did a lot of studying on this, and I went to a lot of people and asked exactly what we were going to spend that money on. And I know there's things that come up, but what was really supposed to be done, except for the police station, really wasn't done. So if you want people like me who are on fixed incomes to vote for it, I don't know of anyone that wants to vote for it, because I've been talking to them about extending this. And I would have been glad to do it again, but you people have not fixed anything out in our area that we were promised to do.
Thank
Okay?
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask that the audience stay. We want everyone to feel empowered to speak. Thank you. All right, I'll close public comment in the chambers. We'll go over to Zoom for public comment. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? We have two with raised hands. Bill Lipe, you have 2 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Bill Lipe, resident of Monterey County. I own some property in Salinas. I think from the sounds of it, you're under the consultants were under the time press. They presented a bunch of candy to a bunch of voters and said, "Look, you want all of this stuff, right? Well, we need money to pay for it." It doesn't seem like. It seems kind of like a weird study to go about it doing it that way, and. I think proposing to extend a tax that was originally supposed to sunset feels like a betrayal. Where's the austerity? How do we plug AI into city government and be able to trim a lot of the administrative overhead that might not be necessary to provide these services? Just as tenants seek relief from rising rents, taxpayers deserve a government that respects their vote, which said to sunset this thing after a certain number of years, because you all were going to get it in order, your house in order. The frustration among voters, you've heard it tonight, is intense and should not be underestimated. It won't be difficult to educate them on the consequences of higher prices. You heard it all night tonight. And that's all this is going to be, is continued higher prices for the citizens, residents, and businesses that conduct business in Salinas. If this proposal moves forward, expect a strong counter-narrative, counter-education program, you might call it. This will highlight the city's failure to manage its budget efficiently while ensuring essential services. I would also say, all of you sitting on the dais up there, you're giving all your opponents, of which 5 seats of 7 are up for election, you're giving all your opponents a weapon against your campaign, that you're for keeping high taxes and high prices, sometimes on the people most vulnerable in our community. So like the one person already said, put it on the ballot. Let's see, I triple dog dare you. Let's see what happens. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we have Robin. Welcome, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor Craig. On November 4th, 2014, Measure G appeared on our election ballot, and according to Ballotpedia, the text on the ballot read as followed, or perhaps I should say, we were, quote, educated, unquote, in this manner. To improve our quality of life, maintain and enhance city services and facilities, including crime and gang prevention, neighborhood policing and school safety, safety inspections, police, fire, and paramedic response, fixing potholes, streets, and sidewalks, recreation and programs for youth and seniors, and other city services. Shall the city of Salinas enact a 1-cent sales tax that cannot be taken by the state with citizens' oversight, annual independent audits with all funds dedicated to Salinas. Based on a public records request for fiscal year 2023, Measure G was expected to generate $33 million in revenue. However, concerns arise from the lack of detailed breakdowns beyond the negative $7.126 million for intra-transfers and $21.3 million for appropriations. During my review of the Measure G Community Oversight Committee meetings online, it's evident that the committee members frequently inquire about these funds from Mr. Jim Pia. showcasing a lack of specific data available to evaluate the proper management and expenditure of these funds. Supporting the renewal of Measure G is to concede to be held hostage and to further agree that we are complacent with the insufficient prioritization of transparency and accountability available to our residents. And a shout out to Jose from Montevideo for standing up for those of us who are also entitled to speak. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We'll go ahead and close public comment, come back to council for comments and direction. We will start with Councilmember Osornio.
Yes, I just wanted to thank the folks that made the presentation. Thank you for putting the presentation together, and thank you, staff, for being able to take this on so we can kind of do a temperature check to see where voters are. You know, I feel that with more time and being able to outreach to the public and get the information out there, I mean, I think Mr. Dayton says it best. I even like one of the presentations you put together, but really speaking towards these false narratives, and one of these that I remember seeing is where Mr. Dayton was talking about burglaries, murders, motor vehicle theft, serious crimes, rapes, larcens, theft, and you can see that a study from going up to 2017, that the numbers are down somewhere, some of these even 76%, 75%, 74%. I think that what the city really needs to do is to be able to speak to a lot of what is really going on. Obviously, what's portrayed in the media or online a lot of times isn't true. I think we can all agree that an unsafe city is bad for business. And if we continue to push that narrative or do nothing to push back on that narrative, and especially when folks get in front of cameras and say things that are obviously questionable. But I would like to support for more time on this. I think that this election has a lot of seats that are up and a lot of other things that might just be a lot of negative noise. And being able to go out to the voters and connect with them is obviously going to be important. I would hate to see this fail and then go back out there after it has. So those are my comments, and I just look forward to the work that's going to be done to be able to speak with city staff, business groups, neighborhood watch groups, anybody else. I think that I would like to, Mayor, is there a motion that's needed for this?
Yes.
And I'd like to make a motion to approve to put this on the 2026 ballot. Is there, our city attorney, how would we work that?
Do you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, so let me try and help out. If the desire of the council is to not put it on the November 2024 ballot, that's the limit of what we would be asking for.
Okay.
So it'd just be a motion, for example, to not have this Measure G renewal placed on the November 2024 ballot and leave it at that.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to not place this item on the 2024 ballot.
Second.
All right, motion made by Councilmember Osornio, seconded by Councilmember Valenzuela. We'll go on for final comments from council. Councilmember Barrera.
You know, I think these kind of issues should not even get involved in the political arena here, because we're talking about the quality of service for the people, the betterment of the city of Salinas. This chair that I sit on here belongs to Rábago and Guerra and the rest of the people in District 2. This seat belongs to District 2. I was voted in by District 2 to serve the entire city of Salinas. You know, Measure G, as a lot of people have been very critical that we wasted money and all that. But did you know that right now, I'm looking at Chief Murray, we have blessed the police department with funding where they can hire police officers. Now we're just waiting, and it's difficult. Chief Murray has told us every city in the United States has difficulty hiring people. whether it's lateral police officers, new police officers, but we have given them the resources to be able to do that. And yet some people say we're defunding police, and that's far from the truth. You know, Measure G, I believe we're in our 10th year, I think. And I'm looking at Mr. Saunders, I'm looking at Mr. Ish with good business sense, because I know you care about your city. I'm looking at educators. I'm looking at community people that are here on a weekly basis that really care about this city. And I'm looking at my colleagues. This city council here, you know what I enjoy about the city council, and I work with a lot of them now. But what I've enjoyed here, even though you're elected by districts, we don't vote on districts. We work as a city here. I mean, we put money in Baranda, we put money in Independence, we're putting money on Tout. Did you know that Councilmember Osorno and I, we got together on our funding? We didn't have enough for each district, but we said, let's put it together and let's fix Tout Street. Go look at Tout Street right now, 30 years in the making, brand new street. But yet some people say we're not doing anything. Look at a lot of projects. Right now, Cluster Park, $6.8 million, the most utilized park. Cesar Chavez Park. Park Lake. The new Family Hebron Center. Think about that. Over 100 programs in this one center. But yet people are saying we don't do anything. We don't work well together. Well, I want to tell you something. Doesn't necessarily mean we got to go out for coffee, but when we vote and we stand by our community, we're doing it. And I want to thank this council. I really do. Because this council, in the 4 years that they've been here, we have gotten together and we put more millions of dollars on neighborhoods. I hear one of my colleagues say priorities have shifted, priorities have changed. Absolutely. You know who's getting funded now? It's neighborhoods. You know what's happening on Eucalyptus? Brand new street, Eucalyptus. 30 years in the making, people are painting their houses. Why? Because finally the city decided, let's fix their street, and there's pride of ownership. Think about that. And I think the beauty here, the folks in front of me, you have the luxury to tell us anything you want because we work for you. But I hope that we look at this and we come together as a business, community, education, that we come together and that we believe in Salinas. Because I'll be honest with you, I was very skeptical at the beginning because I didn't see no movement. I didn't see no movement until this council came in. Did you know that 12 years ago we had, or 10 years ago, we had $12 million for Williams Road? Those of you that know East Salinas, the money was borrowed and taken to the corner of North Salinas. I had said, you know what? They said, we're going to borrow that money. Well, I knew we were never going to get that money. You know how much we have right now for new money for Williams Road? $16 million to fix it. It's never happened before. So I want to thank this council for not only being passionate, but coming together, working together for the good, for the betterment of the city. And you know what we're doing right now? We're fixing playgrounds, not just in one park, but in every park. Think about that. That's unity. Is that dysfunction? Well, if that's dysfunction, I want more of that. Because we're doing something good. And I think when we get ready for Measure G, I would like to see Mr. Rábago and Mr. Guerra on the front page of Measure G stating, you know what, we support it. And if we can convince you, I think we're off to a good start. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez, we're on potential Measure G renewal and ballot measure survey.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm definitely looking to city staff to essentially comb through the data and clean up some of the language that I believe is outdated and antiquated. And I do want to check about that data point about 5,000 gang members. That doesn't seem in line with what I've been hearing and have been experiencing recently. I brought up the concern of putting the ballot on too soon and having it fail and then having to essentially put this back on the ballot in the next 2 years. I'm still concerned about that, so I will be supporting the motion on the floor to not have it put on in 2024. I think it's better to take our time and to be as just strategic about this as possible. When it comes to the outreach, though, think it's important that, so much of the language of Measure G, and when you're talking about anything that comes to budget, can be so technical and inaccessible to residents. We've worked to build, I think, a bit of a better bridge between residents and local government. But I would really push for an educational approach to the outreach. Instead of going to folks and saying, hey, we need this again, demonstrating what the impact of it was. Because if you're not able to garner any confidence from residents and who are saying, well, Measure G hasn't done anything for me, I don't think that you're going to get the support if that is already the sentiment that is being held. So it's the job of the city to say, okay, you might not know about this, but this, and this project were all funded by Measure G. This is going to be coming down the pipeline. That can only be done if we approve Measure G. How are you demonstrating, or how are we demonstrating our capability? Anytime it comes to budget, there is always going to be an understanding that we have limited resources, that we have a finite set of dollar bills. But I would really like to encourage our city staff, as we look into marketing, as we look into outreach, to demonstrate our intelligent, pragmatic investments. Right? If you know that you have less and less to work with, how are you creating a prioritization list, or how are you making sure that you are able to retain quality of service? Because Measure G goes to so many things now. I think that when it was first brought on, it was almost thought as a bonus. Well, this now funds integral city services and staffing. So I would just encourage our city staff to make sure that we get that message across. And that is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sandoval, final comments.
So we've made some historic progress in the way we communicate with residents. Now, people, trust me, you've heard me say it over and over. A lot of the folks who are here, we need to do much better. But 2 years ago, for the first time ever, we hired a communications director. And this year, the city council funded an increase to that communications staff. So before, we weren't doing that. So is there room for improvement? Absolutely. And so keep in mind that we are working to change a culture that has been in place for a long, long time. And I think I see some head shaking, so you recognize that although this is not perfect, and trust me, I recognize our shortfalls, we are making big improvements. Mr. Dayton spoke to the better data we're seeing now through Measure G. Now, I was on the Measure G committee. You can go back on those videos and you can hear me very critical of Measure G because I had disagreements about the ballot language. It covered a lot of different things. And I know that a lot of the Measure G members over many years were frustrated as well. But about a year and a half ago, the city did make some changes to quality of life issues, so they shifted some of the Measure G funding to that. And I'll go into that in a minute. We are seeing historic things. San Juan Grade Road, a major road, for many years was like a nightmare to drive for countless people coming in and out of the city. Drive through it now. It's beautiful. Baranda, although we're making slow progress, if you ever drove in front of Food Max, that was worse than a roller coaster. Now, drive through it. It's beautiful. Do we have a lot of progress to be made? Yes. To the city manager, some of the things that this council has brought up since I've been elected is the need to share with residents that this project was funded by Measure G, this project was funded by Measure G, and we haven't done that. And I know as we grow our communication staff, I'm more confident that'll happen. Social media posts, we've never heard nothing about Measure G, but the reality is it's funding a lot of things. We heard from the data, and I want to go back to that because we heard that either it was overwhelmingly or I don't remember the exact term that he used, but significant, that it has a higher success rate during a presidential election. The next presidential election is going to be 4 years from now, which is our last chance to go at this. We've heard that we have, with the success or with the rating of the council and government, what they've seen is a higher likelihood that something like this would pass. Correct me if I'm wrong. And so for those issues, and we also heard that residents recognize that there's an overwhelming need for this funding. Now, bear with me. I'm gonna share because sometimes when we get comments, trust me, I do not get offended. And let me tell you why. Because the city has not done a great job of outreach and education. And I'll tell you why. I heard Mr. Guerra say, well, I'm going to vote no against this. Everyone has a right to do that. But let me tell you what would happen if the residents of Salinas voted no. A lot of the issues that were discussed today, there would be very little likelihood that those issues would get addressed. This is what it funds. Community Relations Manager, Human Resources in charge of hiring, Finance Management, our Computer Service Administrator. Now, all those sound like just administrative things, but we need them. We're also Code Enforcement Officer Manager. We have 5 positions for Code Enforcement Officers funded through Measure G. We also have Police Record Coordinator, Police Service Tech. We have 9 police service techs. And then 3 supervisors. Police officers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 police officers in the city of Salinas. We have a police commander. We have a crime analyst. We have 2 police sergeants. We have assistant engineers who handle our roads and infrastructure. We have junior engineers, traffic engineers, public service maintenance workers. Those are the people filling the potholes. Do we need more? Heck yeah. But at the end of the day, these are the people. We had 5 different public service maintenance workers. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have over a dozen public work service maintenance workers, number 2, which is a different level. We have our street maintenance manager. Do we need more work? It's undeniable. Forestry, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 forestry workers. We talked about parks. If Measure G does not pass, we're going to lose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 park management, park maintenance workers. We're going to lose, we could possibly lose rec park superintendent. For our kids, we could lose recreation coordinators. For those who have applied for neighborhood grants, which fund a lot of great organizations, our neighborhood service coordinator is funded through there. Sports programs in the city of Salinas, our sports program assistant is funded through there. Our recreation coordinator and our street outreach specialist. So all those things are funded through Measure G. Do we need more money? Can we improve oversight? Me and Mr. Dayton can agree on a lot of things about oversight, and I think that if we were to pass this, a lot of language needs to be in there. You should know that our financial system that this city has had for countless years is outdated, so when people ask for information, it's just not there. So we're working to address those things. It's not perfect, but we're trying. But I just want to let you all know, and that education piece, could you imagine if those positions were not funded? What's going to happen? Okay, yeah, that's when we're going to really have issues. And so it's going to take this entire community, the entire council to educate. It's going to take our chief of police, because I can tell you, and I was going to ask him, it just slipped my mind, what would this do to your department if Measure G wasn't funded? So I want you all to think about that, and that as a city, we need to do much better. And with that, I want to make it, listen, I believe in our community. Despite our failures to have outreach, we could still put this together. And the data shows that we have a higher success rate and a more likelihood of getting this done. And now I can assure you that a large percentage, after knowing what this funding does for our city, will be inclined to support this. And so with that, I'm going to make a substitute motion and ask the community and the council to come together to share that information with the residents and the importance of that, and that we do put it on this 2024 election.
I will second your motion.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion to put the Measure G ballot measure on for this November, and its motion is made by Councilmember Sandoval as a substitute motion, seconded by Councilmember Rocha. We'll go on for final comment.
Mayor, if I may, to clarify the motion, it would be to direct staff to come back on August 6th.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, appreciate the clarification. Councilmember Rocha, final comments.
Thank you. Looking at the importance of renewing this ballot measure, I cannot, in good faith, put this off and take the risk that the financial conditions will be very different in 2026 that will result in the potential for this not to pass. I want to be very clear, Measure G is not additional money for the city to go towards extra fund projects. Measure G is a core pillar of funding for this city. That is $30 million for this city. And I'm not going to risk that not being renewed. And I'm not going to risk the potential for the time frame in which the council has to renew it is reduced. I think this is an opportunity that we have, and the polling shows that over 60% of people would vote for it. With information, it would be 71%. Certainly, I recognize if you have a negative campaign, the numbers could go in a different direction, but that exists regardless, and it could exist in 2026 as well. As the council member for District 6, I can speak very confidently about the positive impacts that Measure G has had in my district and on the lives of my constituents. At the last city council meeting, the city council approved $20 million to go towards the first phase of the Baronda Road expansion project. 30 years late. But that project, $5 million of that $20 million was for Measure G. And so that's real tangible investment in the 6th district. Right now we have the Independence Boulevard reconstruction project that's going on. That was a $3.3 million investment that was made into the 6th district by my colleagues on this council. And so when I look at these kinds of investments going on in the 6th district, also Coventry is going to have traffic calming projects that's going to go up. Rainier is going to have their traffic calming project. Steinbeck Neighborhood Park was just redone, and so was Natividad Neighborhood Park. So when I look at and recognizing those two parks were funded through American Rescue Plan and not the other projects, but what I'm getting at is the budget in total is creating these opportunities for investment in the city that have not been seen ever before. And so I think that the amount of investment that's going into the neighborhoods now provides us that opportunity to have this ballot measure speak directly to people in the moment. People are going to see the investment directly in their neighborhoods, and they're going to see this ballot measure, and they're going to be able to make that informed decision on whether or not they want to proceed with this. And so with that information, you know, I'm supportive of the substitute motion to go on the ballot this year. I'll also mention that I've been in a similar position. So when I was on the school board in 2020, we were having a discussion on whether or not to proceed with a, at the time it was a tax that we were going to go out. And we weren't sure if it was going to pass. There was a lot of concerns. We were in the middle of a pandemic, and we just were unsure of what that reality was going to look like. We put it on the ballot, and it passed with 63% of the vote. I'm no longer on the board, but what I recall from when I was on the board, the conversation was the funds from that ballot measure were going to then go towards the teacher housing project that was later approved by the high school district. Had we not moved forward with putting it on the ballot in 2020, I don't know whether that would have been a reality, because that money was realized through that ballot measure, at least as I recall the conversation that we had in 2020. And so I trust the voters to have the ability to make an informed decision, and I certainly see the imperative nature of approving this as soon as possible, and certainly maintaining critical city services and having a financial reality that is healthy for the city. So I support the substitute motion, and I thank everyone for your participation in this discussion.
Councilmember Valenzuela, final comments.
Yeah, so for me, I think the most striking slides were 7 and 8, right? That gap between how unfavorable the impression the community has about how we are doing as government, yet how you know, funding sources like Measure G is needed, right? And I do agree that, you know, Measure G is needed. This is not about whether or not Measure G is good or bad. It's about the timing. And while I do agree that if Measure G goes away, a lot of our services will go away as well. And those are very terrifying facts. But that's not the type of campaign that I want to have, right? I do not want to scare people into supporting Measure G. So what that means for me is that I think we need to do a better job of communicating what Measure G is, what it does, the benefits that it has had. And I think that this also speaks to a greater need of having more resources for our PIO and her department to do some on-the-ground outreach. Social media is good. Social media videos are great. Commercials are great. But nothing beats a town hall meeting in every district that we as council members could attend to hear back from our residents. Do they even know what Measure G is, right? And so for that reason, I think that we do need more time to do that education, because this council has been doing really great work. And we do need to highlight the great work that we've been doing, that you've been doing. I just got here. And so for that, I think that we do need more time so that we stay away from the scare tactics types of campaign. So, thank you.
City Manager, you want to weigh in? We gave you all the time.
Yeah, Mayor, Council. I think I'm just going to be perfectly honest, which I'm always going to be. It's absolutely unquestionable that the funding is needed. It's actually unquestionable that this is core funding for the city. It's also, from city staff's perspective, terrifying that when we look at how many more sort of bites at the apple we get, right? Whether it's 2024, 2026, 2028. So that's unquestionable. It's also unquestionable. In my fourth week here, and the research I did, there's a lot of great work underway. All the projects that the council has said, all the efforts that are underway. There's been a lot of great progress made in the information presented. Do we need to do more? Yes. I've talked to staff. We've had tons of conversations about that. We've had conversations about how do we get the word out better? How do we message? How do we take in the input and not have the instinctive reaction to be defensive about the input? Because it's really hard, right? A lot of times it's really hard to hear what people are telling us. So I think it's unquestionable that this is a very critical funding source for the city. But we have to be 100% united on this council. We have to be all in favor of whatever it is we're going to do. My gut tells me that we need a little bit more time. I've seen the way this community has responded to prior tax measures as an outside. The Salinas Valley, even the prior community that I was at, very similar. They come forward and respond and approve funding. It's really uncanny how communities like ours approve these types of funding measures. It doesn't happen in other communities, but that means that the community trusts and believes. And I would like the opportunity, if you tell us to put it on and bring it back, we will do our best. If you give us more time, we actually start the information campaign shortly thereafter. We're not waiting till 2025 or early 2026. I think it's going to take a lot of work to get there. So my answers, my gut is telling me that right now is not the time to bring it forward. But if you tell us to bring it forward, we will do our absolute best to get the information out there. But I think we could help with a little bit more time. But at the end of the day, there's no right or wrong answer here. It's unequivocally, unquestionably that this funding is needed for the city for all the great work that's underway to continue. Thank you.
Yeah, I would agree. I don't think any member here on this council disagrees with the notion that the city would be in dire straits if this tax measure doesn't continue on. I do have some concerns, as I mentioned, that we don't have a community group stepping forward to take this on. I recognize the conversations are preliminary, but we're also late in the process. I volunteered for Measure E and Measure G, and we started much earlier in terms of having community groups that were concerned about overall costs of the city. I do want to take a moment, and I know Jared touched on this. We passed Measure G in a non-presidential election year. And I would say that 2026 is a non-presidential election year, and then we have an opportunity to pass it in a presidential election year in 2028 if it doesn't work. I I do think having the polling this year actually gives us a barometer to do some polling in 2 years to see how we've done over the last year and a half to determine whether or not we should move forward, and that'll give us kind of a pro and a con of whether we should move forward with it. I know it came to the Finance Subcommittee in February, and the Finance Subcommittee moved it forward to do the polling. But about a year and a half ago, we really talked about marketing. And I know that that was something that Councilmember Osornio and Councilmember Rocha and I all expressed concerns about was, and marketing is the wrong word, I would just say more outreach, like it really communicating to the constituents about how that Measure G funding is being used. It funded 39 police officers in fiscal year 2016-2017. Money's been moved around over the years based on preferences of the community, preferences of Measure V, preferences of this council. And so I would just say that's probably worth a very open dialogue. I really like Councilmember Valenzuela's concept of community meetings, just to be out in the community, reaching people where they're at. I'll be supporting Councilmember Osornio's original motion. I think it'll be important for us to do the homework over the next couple of years to get the word out so that voters have stronger confidence in us that the money is being spent in the manner in which we promised. So with that, I will call
Mayor,
for the
I would
vote
like to
on
pull
Councilmember.
I would like to pull my second to the substitute
Pull
motion.
your second to the substitute motion?
Yeah, upon hearing what the city manager said, I also believe the council needs to be entirely united behind it, and I agree with the comments of the city manager, so I would pull my second to the substitute motion.
Okay. Do we have another second?
I'll pull my motion. Mayor.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Then we'll revert back to the original motion to not move forward with a November ballot measure. Okay, just making sure my language is correct. All right. And that motion was made by Councilmember Osornio and seconded by Councilmember Valenzuela. Call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the robust dialogue. All right, we will go on to conditional use permit 2022-048, 1228 South Main Street, the appeal of Canna Cruz Incorporated and referral from the Salinas Planning Commission. And we have City Attorney Chris Callahan here to give us some instructions.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So recall at your June 18th meeting, you provided direction to your staff to prepare a resolution consistent with the direction you provided that evening. That direction was to grant Canna Cruz's appeal of both the conditional use permit and the commercial cannabis permit, which would ultimately mean that those two permits would be issued. So in your packet this evening, you have that resolution before you. The public hearing, recall, on June 18th was both open and closed, so tonight we will not receive any additional public comment. All that is asked of the council tonight is to take action with respect to that resolution. And as you're contemplating that action, council, I just want to point out that the last recital on the bottom of page 1 needs a correction in terms of the date. And I've already given this to the city clerk, so they have this. But it reads, whereas on August 24th, 2023, Canna Cruz first submitted an application. That should read, whereas on March 30th, 2022, Canna Cruz first submitted an application for a major amendment. So with that change to the last recital on the bottom of page 1, council, this is ready for your action tonight. Thank you, Mayor. I believe I mentioned, Mayor, that there is no public comment this evening because the public hearing was closed at the June 18th meeting.
Thank you. Okay, we will go to Councilmember Osornio. Any additional questions?
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Osornio, seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez. I'll continue down the path. Questions or comments? I'll go to Councilmember Barrera.
No questions.
Councilmember Gonzalez. Councilmember Sandoval.
Yeah, I just have a question for the city attorney. This vote tonight is just to reaffirm the findings of the last council meeting, right? That's all it is.
That's
to approve
correct,
the resolution. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Rocha, questions, comments? Councilmember Valenzuela. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
No.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. All right, on to 24-381, City Council Committees and Regional Board Appointments, the topic that never dies in 2024. All right, we will go. I just want to make a comment to the council that I met with Councilmember Valenzuela, went over the appointments that former Councilmember McShane held, and checked in with his calendaring and his schedule. He checked in with work, and it appears he's able to take on all 8 appointments. So with that, I want to thank Councilmember Valenzuela for the time, and that concludes my report. Does City Clerk, do you have any?
No, we will just need a motion to ratify those appointments so that we can send that information to the regional boards.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez. I'll go to council members for questions. Councilmember Osornio?
No questions.
Councilmember Barrera?
Questions?
Councilmember Gonzalez? Off to my left. Councilmember Sandoval, questions?
Yes, I have a question. At the last time we discussed the mayoral appointments ratified by the council, Councilmember Rocha was not in attendance at that meeting, and there was a discussion about adding him also to the Rules of Decorum and Charter Review Committee. And so I believe you were going to reach out, so I wasn't sure what the status of that. So it would be a 3-member committee, and so I wanted to get feedback from Councilmember Rocha and yourself.
If I may, I don't recall it going down that way. I thought he did not want to be on the committee, and I thought that was clarified at that meeting.
Well, what happened was Councilmember Sandoval was under the impression I didn't want to be on that committee. We did not have that conversation. But to clarify, I do not want to be on the committee.
Okay.
But
Okay.
we haven't
Thank you.
spoken about it.
Okay.
That's all my questions.
All
Thank
right,
you.
great. Councilmember Rocha, questions?
No question.
Councilmember Valenzuela, I hope you don't have questions. All right, we'll go out to the public. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Hi, welcome.
Luis Chago Juarez for Building Healthy Communities, and we have several of our resident leaders, team members that want to share a comment around how important these committees are, and how in this time that, as we can see it being demonstrated here, the challenges around communication, the dissemination of information, how important it is that genuine, authentic connection with our neighbors, and how that relates back to each of these committees. These are all opportunities for our community to participate in. And there's a whole education that I'm sure we're feeling the appreciation of that right now, especially after the talk around the Measure G. We are the little school of civic involvement, La Escuelita de Involucramiento Cívico. And this experience of being able to participate requires the resources that will make it possible for us all, to participate in a community where there's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different languages, English, Spanish, indigenous languages. So we just wanted to express our support for the City Council, our support for everything that you are doing to help secure our participation. And I'm going to look back and I want to ask our Escuelita participants, ¿se puede? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no other public comment? Yep, come on up. Hi, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Manager and our City Attorney and all the council members. I want to speak up for neighborhoods. Okay, outreach is very important. We can all work together, but your neighborhoods are getting really strong in this community, and they need to be listened to. And guess what? In our neighbors, we know in our neighborhood, we know our neighbors.
I need to let you know that we're on council appointments of Councilmember Valenzuela.
Okay, well, they said something
So
about
I just want to
outreach.
be conscientious that they were speaking on behalf of the appointments, so thank
Okay.
you.
So again, in behalf of the appointments, I'd like to know what regional appointments our new council members on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Jose Guerra, Montebello Community. I really like this. This is pretty good. I would like to know also whoever is appointed to which committee, and I would like to join you guys. I would like to be present there at all of them, if I can. It'd be great to bring that back to my neighborhood and the people that we represent. And I think it would be great to bring it to all the neighborhoods. I would like if we had like a city channel, like Soledad. I lived in Soledad in 2000. God forbid, don't like that place at all. No disrespect to Soledad, but they did have something right. They had education on television. They would let you know when the next meeting was, who's doing what, where the mayor's going to be, where the next city council meeting, what measure's coming up, and they would have that information. I believe this committee's got together and made a website like that. Not a website, more like a channel, so people can see it or log into it. That's just a suggestion I have, personal suggestion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Yeah, hi. One of the things that our group has realized is that it is the committees and the subcommittees that do all the research, that have all the discussions. And if you really want to be informed, that's what you do. You go to the subcommittee and you work and you develop relationships. I believe the idea of opening up seats in these committees to people that advocate for the less privileged, or people that advocate for example, homelessness or resources for people. These folks, I don't want to use the word activist, right? Because for us it's an ugly word, but the people that advocate, the people that are concerned, the people that speak out and are unempowered should be able to join these boards and to participate. The people that are concerned about outreach should be invited into these committees, so that way they can do the outreach, they can have the understanding. You cannot say you weren't informed if you're at these meetings. So looking at organizations and people that represent the community who feel underrepresented and inviting them in so that way your message can be strongly heard by those communities, I think may be important for what it is that you're doing.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, David Mason. I just had a quick question, maybe clarification, and I know you can't answer me, but the way this works is that you have to have representation in each committee from each district. I guess that's a statement, but it's really a question. Is that the way it works? Can I get a nod? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. I'll go over to Zoom. Does any member of the public on Zoom wish to comment on this item? We have Mr. Bill Leip. Welcome. You can unmute yourself, and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to wish all the appointees good luck. These things, I believe they involve more than just the city of Salinas. They involve county positions, regional type positions. So you do need to go outside the box of just what's good for Salinas and what's good for people in the area that you're representing, the overall agency or committee that you're participating in. I would hope that the public could get a quarterly report as to, meetings that are being attended to, whether the primary, the alternate's attending. Hopefully, one or the other is always attending every meeting and there are no absences. I think it's important for the public to know that. And I just want to say there's some really good comments here. As someone who's participated in civic activities here in Monterey County for the last 10 years, it's important for people to show up. And so I really extend an open arms and a welcome to those people yearning to have their voices heard, regardless of what I think or anybody else thinks. You should be heard. And I would say to the appointees, I think somebody already said it, but I hope that you will listen, and not necessarily always listen for your particular benefit to your constituency, but sometimes, again, these committee positions require you to think a bit broader than that. So I welcome all the people tonight that are so enthused about wanting to be engaged and help to organize and bring information to people. I've been doing it for 10 years. It's very rewarding, and I continue to do it for as long as I breathe on this earth. So good luck again to the appointees. I wish you all good policy making and helping fix some of the issues we have going on. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment. We'll come back to council members. If you have final comment, I'll look to my right. Councilmember Osornio?
No comment, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Barrera?
Yes, I just want to say thank you to Councilmember Valenzuela. You've been working it, sir, and I want to thank you for representing your district. You've already had community events out at the park, meeting the people. Your enthusiasm, you're going to do a hell of a great job. So, and I'm going to support you because I think District 3 needs good representation, so I think the council is supporting you as well. Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Okay. Councilmember Sandoval?
Yeah, so I just want to address something. Our city has a lot of different committees, and this goes to outreach and education. Some of them are appointed by the city council members. We may have an arts commission, a rec and libraries commission. I know some people in here likely have served on some of these. We have, what do we have? We have, it just slipped my mind. We have Measure G, we have Measure E. So those are appointed, and the city clerk has that information. It's also on our website, what different committees are available. The regional boards that we're also appointing Councilmember Valenzuela are boards that we serve on. Some of them are just council members here. For example, we have a housing committee, which is Councilmember Rocha, Osornio, and myself. And other ones, we represent the city of Salinas on regional agencies like the Transportation Agency. We have a new joint powers agreement for animal services. So I just want to share that information with you so you know how that works. And you can always reach out to me as well, and I'd be happy to have those conversations as well.
Councilmember Rocha, final comments?
Make sure to brag about Salinas a lot at all of your regional boards. That's all.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
No, I mean, I think that this presents an opportunity also, City Manager, maybe this could be, a chance for our PIO to, put that information out there a little bit, maybe do a fun video explaining why we are on these committees. And then also just a huge thank you to all the community members that are here that want to get involved. A little bit, I'll be super brief. I studied sociology, and one of the most alarming books that we read was called Bowling Alone, where it was saying that people were just not getting involved in government or associations or anything. And what I'm seeing now is the complete opposite. So thank you for being here, for wanting to know more, for wanting to get quarterly updates. So that I can commit to. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, I've made my comments. We can call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, great, thank you. We'll go on to the public hearing for Public Services Garbage and Recycling Rates, fiscal year 24-25, and performance review update. And we have David Jacobs here, our Public Works Director, to give the report.
Yes, so this is a continuation of the first public hearing that we had going through the rate increase that was requested by Republic Services. And as part of the franchise agreement, they're allowed to have an increase to their service portion of the contract at it's capped at 4%. It's based on CPI. The CPI this year was around 5.4%. So they're missing out in terms of the franchise agreement by only getting 4%. So this is basically an increase to a residential customer of $1.40 per month. As part of the first public hearing, council did express concerns regarding the franchise agreement and Republic doing what they're supposed to do in that agreement. So we did hire R3 Consulting to do a performance review, and we're basically 50% done with that. They did find some issues with them complying with the franchise agreement, but within the franchise agreement there are penalties and things like that that are automatically put on, or we actually request the Republic to pay those to cure these issues. And now that we're aware of them with this first part of the performance review, we will be sitting down with Republic and talking about these things and cure them through the issues within the franchise agreement. So we want to keep the two issues separate. We want to be in compliance with the franchise agreement, which means that we need to agree to their increase, and then we also have to sit down with them to deal with the issues that we found in the performance review. And with that, I'm here for any questions.
Excellent, thank you. I'll go to my right. Councilmember Osorio, questions?
No questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councilmember Burr, questions?
Jacob's always a treat to see you in front of us. I know you want to keep the two issues separate. In talking to the city manager and city attorney, we listened about the rates, which are very important. They're critical, the quality of service. You know, even though we, as a council, we're responsible to either approve it or disapprove it, but we also work for people, you know, whether it's the people in front of us or the people that work for Republic. The quality of service, how would you say, and I'm going to do what you're saying, but I think they coincide together, the rate and then the morale, the trucks, the way they are. And you know what, now since we've been talking more about the Republic, I keep an eye on these trucks as they come through the streets. And how do you think we're working together as far as quality of service for the people, and at the same time looking at this rate increase?
Well, I know some of the complaints do rise to the city's perception. If the residents don't get what they want when they call Republic, they do call the city, and we try to accommodate those by giving Republic information, saying, hey, what's going on with this? Explain yourselves. You know, maybe 2 or 3 a week. So to me, that's not a whole lot when you're talking about 38,000 customers out there or physical addresses that they serve. Yes, they do have some issues, and we need to work through that. They also don't necessarily track their complaints very well, so we want to sit down with them and say, okay, you need to start letting us know how much complaints we get, because they might be getting 100 and we only get 3 because they actually respond to those 100 easily, but we don't have that specific number. So we want Republic to actually start tracking that, and that was one of the issues they found within the performance review, is that they say they're doing a good job, but they're not necessarily tracking those issues.
And I know you're in front of us regarding the rate, but you bring up some questions that are critical as far as quality of service. If we're not tracking, I mean, it seems like every issue that we've discussed today has been on communication, being able to really report honest, whether they're cooked or uncooked, whatever it is, but you know, being transparent. So if this council says, hey, let's increase the rate, how are we going to take care of the transparency that Republic has with the city to tell you everything? Because we can blame Republic, but we're ultimately, our name's on the contract.
Yeah, and again, that was one of the things that was brought to our attention with this performance review that is new in the new franchise agreement, that they're supposed to track their complaint log. They're supposed to have a complaint log. They're not necessarily following that. So we need to sit down with them and say, okay, you need to start logging these complaints and giving us a report on how many complaints you have and how many you resolved and how many are outstanding. I think that's very important moving forward. As a person that lives in Salinas and has trash picked up by the Republic, I haven't had any problems with them. Yes, my trash gets missed on occasion, but it's picked up by the next day. And if they didn't do that, then it would come to my attention fairly well. So my trash didn't get picked on Saturday because it's supposed to be picked up on Friday. So anyway, as a resident, as a person who pays these rates, I have no issues with the public. Obviously, there's other people out there that have a different opinion on that. And maybe it's the community areas that they're having problems with, that have narrower streets or more trash cans to pick up, that they're having problems with.
Well, Mr. Jacobs, because I believe in your work, ultimately, because you are the department director, is it your responsibility to make sure that they're doing what they say they're doing? Or is it mine?
I can't, I'm having a hard time hearing what you're saying.
Like you say, when they pick up your trash, they might skip one day or something, but you're satisfied with their work. I hear a lot of things and I see things, and we're a team here, because ultimately we want the customer to be satisfied, so you feel the quality of service is good.
Again, with the complaints that rise to the city's attention, I would say it's a decent, they're good. I wouldn't rate them excellent because of these issues we found.
Yeah.
But again, we're not getting hundreds of complaints every week.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mike.
Okay, Councilmember Gonzalez, questions? Okay, Councilmember Sandoval, questions?
Yeah, can you identify some of the issues that you're working through addressing?
Do you want? I'm going to ask Chris if I can.
Well, either I or the city manager can, but council member, I'm going to point you to page 4 of your city council staff report. There's a section that's titled Performance Review Update. And in there, there's a discussion of the 4 key components of the review that have been identified. 1 is work order response times. 2 is staffing, 3 is overweight vehicles, and 4 is replacement vehicles. And there are a number of sub-issues within each of those 4 categories. So those are the 4 primary categories, and a couple of those are really significant issues in terms of performance under the contract. And I don't know if the city manager wants to provide anything else, but that's the 4 top categories of items, council member, that we've identified in this analysis.
Thank you. We were here last year, and after our meeting, my vote for that meeting was no. And after that meeting, I did have the opportunity to meet, I don't know if it was the VP or the regional, Mr. Mann, and was assured that they were working towards some of these issues. Now, I understand some of these issues are staffing, some of these, maybe different things, but how much progress have you seen from that last meeting to now in resolving the issues?
So they have made significant progress on their overweight vehicles, which is one of the main concerns the city has. It's like, we don't want heavy vehicles running over our streets. And over the last year, they have made significant improvements to that. So they do still have overweights. They have a 5%, how would I say that? Anything, they can go 5% of their vehicles can be overweight, and that's part of the franchise agreement. So they're moving toward getting into compliance with that number. The bigger issue is the very overweight vehicles, the ones that are over 3,000 pounds overweight. That's when we have a bigger concern, and we need to discuss that with Republic and saying, hey, you need to get these really heavy vehicles in compliance rather than just saying it's within that 5%. No, these are very heavy vehicles that need to be addressed.
And so in turn, do those heavy vehicles, especially the ones that are very heavy overweight, does those affect the condition of our roads?
Yes.
Negatively, right?
Negatively, yes.
All right, and then just based on the findings that the staff is going to be working through, I mean, from my understanding, right now, since they are out of compliance, they are not honoring or in line with the franchise agreement, is that correct?
I think that's a correct statement, council member, yes.
Okay, those are all my questions.
Okay, Councilmember Rocha, do you have questions?
I have no questions.
Okay, Councilmember Valenzuela, do you have questions?
No questions.
Okay, I don't either. We'll go out to the public. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? Hi, welcome.
Complaints being brought to the trash company is necessary for them to fix them. However, it feels like you're putting the fox in charge of the hen house. If we're not keeping close tabs on what's going on with the complaints, then we're complicit. So, yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hi, Jose Garamonte Bay Community. I have a couple issues with Republic. First of all, I would like to know the 4% increase is for how many years? Is a contract? How's that possible? When's it going to start? Things like that. Second thing is I have complaints from people in the neighborhood. They break the garbage cans sometimes. They drop them really hard. They leave the garbage on the ground when it falls out. They don't pick up the trash, leaking fluid all over the place. I just don't see how they can't get it right. I mean, no disrespect, Mr. Jacobs, but he can't answer the phone for one of us in Montebello to get something done in our community, and he wants to do this, you know, with public service. Like, he's involved? I don't believe he's involved. It's sad. I mean, I hate to talk bad about somebody, but when I email you, call you and email you, Mr. Rabago emails you, Malcolm emails you, everybody in the community emails you, and you don't answer your emails.
I'm going to ask that you stay on the topic of
I'm just saying, it's
you.
Republic. It's part of him doing his job on it, about them doing their job. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Eric Peterson. I'll bet you're really surprised I'm here. In the interest of full disclosure, I own stock in Republic Services. Where I live, we're supposed to get the trash picked up on Thursday. Sometimes it's Friday. It's been Saturday. Republic is in a situation where they're not doing the job, and if they're not doing the job, they shouldn't get the rate increase. We've seen Republic employees here complaining about how they're treated. And I'd complain too if I worked 60 hours a week every week. Republic is not doing the job, does not deserve the rate increase. Saturday, I went to an event in an area called Menlo Oaks, which is a sliver of unincorporated land between Menlo Park and Atherton, one of the richest communities in the world. But the thing about Menlo Oaks is it's like Atherton with lower taxes. At that event, I was thinking afterwards, probably every single person there could afford Republic's exorbitant tax increases, or rate increases. And probably every single person there would know what they can do to defeat those rate increases where they are. And that's how a lot of things work. We have people here who cannot afford the rate increases. I say that every year, and that's one of our community problems. It's just, we just should not burden those who can't. One year, one of their people said they've got programs for the low-income people. I'd like to hear about them. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Hi, here I'm again, Marianne Worden. They do a lousy job. For one thing, if you're driving behind them, they're dropping the garbage down the street. Down my place, they throw the garbage cans out in the middle of the street. They've broken my lids. And you can't drive down my street. When there's a garbage, you have to get out and get that garbage can. And let me tell you, when the lid's open, especially when it's raining, to get that garbage can up and shove it back to my yard, it's a pain. I didn't have this problem with BS or BF or whatever. You know, we had problems with Republic before. That's why we left them. And they're doing the very same thing that why it was one of the reasons we left them then. It is horrible. I get garbage and bottles in my lawn after they've gone through our street. They're not from my neighborhood, because I've gone and asked. It's ridiculous. They're not doing their job. I don't mind if they were going to get a raise, if they were doing the job, but they haven't been doing the job since day one they took over. They have a lousy job all over. No matter where I drive along North Salinas, South Salinas, it's the same. They're doing a lousy job. And now if you want to get a new can, you have to pay, I think, $30 or $40. I asked, well, how come I don't have a new can? They said, well, you have to pay for it. I didn't have to pay for a can before. If it was broken, they replaced it.
Thank
you. We should never have changed.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good evening. I only want to have a little bit of answer because it's like 1 year and something when they increase the price, like $22 more. And I don't know how much it's going to be now, but they start increasing every year or every 2 years. And it's not $1 or $2, it's a lot. And if they're going to give a good service, but I think the people, we have to understand to make the difference when we put the cans on the side of the sidewalk or whatever, because they can do the job better. And we, the people, we have to put our effort to have a cleaner city and to have a good service, but not so much high the price because it's not affordable in these days. I think not only to me, to everybody. And thank you.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
I don't know how much stamina I have. It's my interpretation that Mr. Jacobs said that they're now establishing ways of capturing data to be able to create metrics. This type of action is a day one action if you're managing contracts, right? First thing you do is look at the contract to find out how it is that you hold the contractor accountable. If you don't have mechanisms in place, then you're not demonstrating an ability to manage a contract. My comments are not to Republic, but to the city, who seem to lack the capability of managing contracts. This situation is reactive rather than proactive, or as my partner Jose said, even active. If you were collaboratively working with these people, this contractor, in a way to where you were communicating with them, communicating with the community, reading the contract, understanding how to hold them accountability at the time where they're not accountable, you would not be here today. This is another example of the reason why you could not put that issue on the ballot for vote for G, is because there's a lack of competence. And it's not necessarily the board, but the people that work for you, the people that work for the city. And as long as you don't hold them accountable, it's going to be you that's holding the mess. It's going to be you that's dealing with the fact that your constituents don't believe in you or your ability to do something. You have people that work for you. You observe, you help them. If they're not competent in terms of being able to do the job, to manage the projects, then you really need to figure out how it is that you can build them up so they can do this stuff. Not having metrics, day one activity. Day one activity, right?
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment in the chambers. Go over to Zoom. Does any member of the public wish to comment on this item? All right, we have two with their hands raised. Chris Barrera, you are up. You have 2 minutes and you may unmute yourself. Welcome.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Chris Barrera. I am opposed to any kind of rate hike for Republic service. I understand that it may be in the franchise agreement, but they should not be able to pick and choose which rules and regulations they choose to follow in the franchise agreement. from failing trucks and equipment, leaking oil, being overweight, and damaging our roads, keeping their drivers out past 6 p.m., working the drivers over 60 hours per week, all of which are in the franchise agreement. And they are violating it regularly, even from failing to complete an audit when asked by the city of Salinas. At the end of the day, the treatment, wages, and long hours is the reason there is no retention at Republic Service, therefore causes stress and injury, and therefore creates employees getting injured and creates open routes, which then leads to residents' garbage not getting picked up. When Republic Service follows all the rules they agreed to, then they should be able to raise their rates. Until then, shame on them for asking. And thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tyler. You are, yep. Great, thank you. Tyler, you are up. You have 2 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. I want to just speak as a resident of the Laurel West neighborhood over here off of Larkin Street. And it's actually funny. I'm speaking right now as I walk my dog past garbage cans on our trash day that have not been picked up. So this is something that our community has been dealing with in this neighborhood specifically it's been on my radar certainly for a number of months. I can say my trash, maybe 3 weeks ago, my recycle bin that's supposed to be picked up on Monday did not get picked up until Friday. And that's been a reoccurring, consistent issue with Republic Services. Anyone who looks at the trucks can see they're in bad shape. Anyone who sees the employees can tell they're miserable. It's a bad situation with Republic Services, and to hear the city department directors state that there is no accountability mechanism for tracking complaints is certainly concerning and validates my experience in trying to get a hold of Republic Services and registering my concerns about the trash not getting picked up, because certainly just calling as a resident, you don't feel like you're getting anywhere through them and the city. Between the city and Republic, I would hope that there is some process by which you can take better account of the public's concerns and educate the public, as has been the theme with this meeting, because really I had no idea how to register a complaint, and I kind of still don't, to be honest. So appreciate the time and to speak on the issue. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead and close public comment, come back to council for final comment and action. I'll start to my right. Councilmember Osornio.
Yeah, so the issues that have been brought up are concerning. And I just wanted to point that I know conversations with the city manager and conversations with city attorney is that this is a work in progress, and I really want to say that I have total faith that they can work through this and really make sure that there's a collaboration and a good partnership between Republic. I too see trash cans that don't get picked up on time. So I mean, I know that this is an issue. I feel like it's something that city attorney and the city manager can work together to be able to get resolved. So I'll be making a motion to approve the rate increase and then obviously giving staff direction to work with Republic Services to be able to mitigate these issues.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second? I'll second. We'll go on for additional questions. Councilmember Barrera.
Additional what, Madam Mayor?
All right, questions. Comments, I'm sorry, comments. Thank you.
Mayor, in spite of all the concerns that we have regarding Republic, I want to vote on this in a clear conscience, and I would like to make a second, but before I do, I want to hear, if it's possible, Madam Mayor, because I heard the city manager yesterday in our briefing that the rate, and if we pass this rate, we will diligently be working on these critical issues that the ratepayers have. And I would like to hear that so that they can hear it, because just to pass something and and they feel that they haven't been heard, I think it's critical.
Go ahead, City Manager.
Yeah, through the mayor and council. Legitimate question, and your franchise agreement is actually not uncommon, and that sets up processes to deal with issues. So you have, and the city attorney can help me out here, but you have the rate setting process, and then you have a process to correct performance issues and defaults. So I think part of what we're hearing is educating the public on what the franchise agreement really allows us to do, and we have a responsibility as staff to bring that before you. So, you asked the question a little while ago, who's responsible? Well, the council sets policy, but we're responsible for bringing the information to you and bringing the recommendations. So we're looking at these performance issues. This is the first part. There's still another part that needs to be done that can be completed by the consultant. We will be sitting down with Republican proactively and aggressively addressing the issues within the confines of the franchise agreement. So as default could be, the final default is termination of the franchise agreement with costs and reason that would have to come before the council. Certainly, we don't get there lightly because you still have to get to pick up the garbage, and we have to have a plan to do so. And I know the city went through a process when you updated the franchise agreement, a few years ago. So I think the franchise agreement gives us the ability to address the performance issues, and we have to bring those back to you. We have to bring them full transparency. Here's what it is. Here's what we're going to correct. You talked about performance measures. We have checks in place. Barometers to measure progress. We have to be very intentional about that. So there's no misunderstanding in the future when something is not met or something fails. And I know when talking to Mr. Pia and Mr. Jacobs, that's our goal. And with the city attorney, your team is going to sit down with Republic and bring those back to you in September. This is not that we're not going to bring them back to you in like 6 months. No, there's an urgency here. So we'll bring these back to you, and our goal is to bring them back to you in September, no later than September.
So city manager, in looking at this urgency that you speak of, and not to be redundant, but what would happen if this council did not approve the rate this evening?
I think the city attorney can help me out here, but you're hearing this in good faith. You're making a determination. So we brought it before you. If you don't approve it, we'll continue to work through the issues with the public and bring it back to you. So, I think it's a two-way street, right? So Republic also has some ability to make their own decisions. But I feel comfortable that per the franchise agreement, we brought the rate setting hearing and discussion to the council for your action, which the franchise agreement actually requires us to do, which we've done. My understanding, this will be the second time that's come before you, right?
Yeah, yes.
So, I'm going to say we're honoring our agreement. We can't guarantee what the council is going to decide. We can present the items to you and give you a recommendation, but we can't guarantee anybody what a council is going to decide.
Well, besides that, I guess the concern that I have with the people that we serve, they want their trash picked up, period.
Exactly.
So that won't change? I mean, besides all the other criticism?
No, we still have to hold the franchisee accountable to pick up the garbage. And the franchise agreement gives us the ability to do so. And that's what we're going to lean into.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Yep, Councilmember Gonzalez, comments?
Madam Mayor, I understand that we, as a partner to Republic Services, have our obligation in making sure that we are interacting in good faith with one another. And I have no doubt that our city attorney and city manager, in continuing with the performance review, will help get things sorted out. But I have a very difficult time justifying a rate increase, not only when the quality of service has faltered, but when the quality of service has continuously faltered throughout the city, and you also have workers themselves who are expressing concerns. So I'm eager to hear from the remainder of my colleagues, but I know that our city staff will continue to work with Public Services to make sure that they are holding up their end of the deal, and look forward to hopefully hearing that things have been further remedied by the time we get to September. Thank you.
Councilmember Sandoval, final comments.
City Attorney Callahan, the agreement that we have before us, if I understand the city manager correctly, was that the rate increase had to be brought to council. Does it necessarily say that we are required to approve it? If not, we'll be in violation of the franchise agreement? Or is it just that we have to consider it?
So Councilmember Sandoval, it's section 4.06 of the collection services agreement, and it requires that the city council approve the adjustments with good faith effort. And as the city manager said, we feel that we have brought forward the rates that are consistent with the maximum service rates under the agreement to the city council on 2 occasions now. So we feel that we have met that good faith effort with respect to presenting the rate adjustment to the council.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, does that mean that if we don't approve it, we're in violation?
I'm certain that's what Republic would argue, but the conversation would continue, Councilmember, with Republic.
Okay. So, thank you. So the pressure of getting these extra routes done that have been mentioned with, equipment that, although they've made improvements to hire more mechanics, there's no doubt that it's causing things like overweights or workers working over 60 hours. Appears to be a common thing according to drivers. That also causes damages to our road, which we hear from our residents that we desperately need repairs to. Also, working over 60 hours could lead to mistakes and lower quality of service, not to mention quality of life for those drivers. I know they're doing the best job they can with the equipment and the staff that they're given. Resident Tyler in my district shared his observations about trash not getting picked up, but that's only one observation. We've heard it from here. I've heard it from all parts of Salinas. Like I said, the damage to the roads, the complaints, they've just been very prevalent. I do want to commend Cristina Urquidez because all the calls that I receive, and she's, I don't know her exact title, but she's able to address those with residents and remedy those as best as she can. There's also no doubt that this increase of 4% is probably not proportional to what our seniors are getting in income every year. And when I walked and when I talked to our residents, that $1.50 a month or whatever that is a big difference to those residents. And I struggle with, of course, we don't want to be in violation of the franchise agreement, but if Republic is not keeping up with their end of the franchise agreement, how can we be expected to keep our end of the bargain? It just doesn't make any sense. I have full confidence in our city manager, and I was reluctant. I was contemplating how this conversation would go because we want to be partners, but if we don't have, and I do have faith that we're going to address this over time, but Republic hasn't shown me since the last year significant progress. I think there was also a commitment to update me on the progress they were making, and I never received that either. And so for me, I can't support this rate increase because despite us being what appears to be, at least should honor our end of the bargain, they need to honor their end of the bargain first. So I will not be supporting the motion, and I am not in favor of rate increase.
Councilmember Rocha, final comments.
Thank you. Page 4 of the staff report says, city staff believes that all of the ongoing efforts on the performance review are serious in nature and could even lead the city finding Republic in non-compliance status or even default of the collection services agreement. Before final determinations can be made, the review by R3 Consulting and city staff needs to be completed. It is anticipated that the complete work in all areas should be accomplished by September. So my question to the city attorney would be, would it be possible to consider the rates upon the completion of this review being done by R3 in September?
If that's the direction of the council, to not approve the rates tonight pending completion of the additional analysis, we could certainly bring those back to you in September for consideration at that time, council member.
Would that be in compliance of the contract?
We would certainly argue that it is because, like I mentioned, in our opinion, you have made a good faith effort to approve the rates as required under the collection services agreement, but you have these serious questions about performance, which are also required of Republic under this agreement. So in our opinion, I think that we have.
From the city manager's standpoint, and I'm sorry, Mayor, that I'm asking questions, additional things have come up through the conversation. From your role as the chief executive officer in charge of leading this organization, what would that action mean to you? I mean, do you feel that if we were to decide to consider this in September from a management standpoint, that would be okay on your end?
If that's the direction from the council, absolutely. Working with the city attorney and our team, we would sit down with Republic and try to work all the issues out and come back with a very clear, concise report in response to the performance. I mean, like Mr. Jacobs mentioned, they have made progress in significant areas. There's other things that need to occur. Remember, this is a two-way agreement. So we would be sitting down with Republic and trying to hash all this out.
And there would be no interruption to services?
No. I mean, I think the franchise agreement allows for some of this to occur, and there's still requirement in order to provide the service, and people still need to pay, and we still need to make sure that things move forward. It's just good business sense.
Okay, so just want to reiterate that point. If we were to consider in September, there would be no interruption to the service.
That would be our goal and our intent.
Thank you for that. That's the direction I'm inclined to go in today. I want to make sure I have all the facts before me before I make the vote on the rates. And there's a lot of outstanding questions related to compliance with the contract and with the agreement. And I have that responsibility to my constituents to make sure that the contracts that we are approving are being upheld and the services are being delivered to the residents that they're paying for. So I would make a substitute motion to consider the rate increase when we receive the final transmittal of the review being done by R3 Consulting, the performance review.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a substitute motion by Councilmember Rocha, seconded by Councilmember Valenzuela. We'll go on for final comments. Councilmember Valenzuela.
No, I mean, I really appreciate, Councilmember Rocha, your analysis. And just like our city manager, this is my 4th week in, so there is a lot that I am catching up on. But even though I know we can't direct Republic Services to do certain things, I would highly recommend that they do a minimum of 3 town hall events so that they can talk to the constituents directly, face to face, answer questions. And also while they're at it, do a little bit of education. What goes in what bin? Sometimes I too am confused, right? So that is something that I would highly recommend that they do. And I would be happy to support with one of those town halls.
I have just a general concern, with some of these companies that we go into contract with. We have an obligation to obviously ensure that they're performing to their contract standards, but also they set the rates and they set the rate increases. And so I just want to make sure that this council understands if we don't do the rate increases, so theoretically, if it's 4%, it could theoretically be tacked on to a higher rate of 8% the following time it goes on. They're going to make up their money somehow. So just to be clear about that, like if we say no to a rate increase, I just want to be conscientious that that means either they will backdate it to July 1st. David Jacobs is coming up. Do you have you want to clarify for me?
No, you're doing fine. I just want to kind of put a different idea on council's mind in terms of...
Then if I may just finish my comments on this. So I have concerns that they'll either backdate the rate increase to July 1st, which means it'll be a bigger hit for our residents if we approve it in September. That means that rate will go sky high for a bit to make up for it. Or if we choose not to, and the staff is arguing with Republic Services that they're making a good faith effort because they keep putting it in front of us and we keep rejecting it, that rate increase will show up somewhere. It's not that we don't get the rate increase. It's just going to show up backdated or further down the line. So that's my comment about it. I'll allow David to make a comment or clarification.
Clarifying, City Attorney, do you know if, I'm kind of confused on the backdated amount. Is that in the contract that they can, go back and try to recover those funds? Can you talk a little bit about that?
That has happened in the past, council member, where when the city has not approved a rate consistent with the timing in the collection services agreement, and we ultimately reach resolution of whatever the issue has, they do have an opportunity to recover that rate that wasn't approved. So if there's a period of time for 3 or 4 months or whatever that is, they can then recover that lost rate by then increasing the rates over a period of time to recover. So they can do that.
Thank you.
Okay. David, you were going to clarify.
I just want to remind council that there's other portions of this rate increase that aren't related to Republic. AB 939 fees and recyclable charges are outside of their control and were raised. AB 939 fees went up $500,000 and recyclable fees went up by $3.25 per ton. So if you're thinking about not approving the rate increase, I would ask that you not approve Republic's portion of the rate increase and actually approve the ones that are pass-throughs. And that way, they're not losing money by not getting the increase. And if we do approve the increase, it would be a less of a hit to future billings.
And would that apply to the potential for the backdate? That amount would also be less because
Yes.
okay. Then I would incorporate that suggestion into this motion.
And do we have an approval of the second?
Yes.
All right. Seeing no further comments from council, I'll call for the vote on the substitute motion, please.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
No.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
No.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on to Salinas City Council consent agenda. There are 13 items on consent. Would any council member like to pull an item for separate vote or discussion? I'll start to my right. Councilmember Osornio?
So, Mayor, just for clarification, we are going to, we are going to get a presentation. I believe it's from the city center. Do we need to pull the item if we'd like to comment on it?
We're getting a presentation on it? No.
Yes, if I could pull that.
Yep. Yeah, for comment, yes. Yeah.
I'm trying to look for my.
It's okay.
So it'd be ID-24297.
Yep, got it.
And then it would be 370.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrera?
Mayor, you mentioned 297. Is it just for comment?
It's just for comments, yes. There's no present. You can ask questions, that's fine. You pull it for questions or comments.
297, 328, 343, 357, 370, and 377.
Okay. Councilmember Gonzalez? Okay. Councilmember Sandoval?
297.
Okay.
And just out of an abundance of caution, even though the city attorney said it would be fine, I'm going to recuse myself from 368 because I was present at that meeting and had discussions and encouraged the agency to apply for this
Okay.
as I serve as an alternate.
Okay. Councilmember Rocha?
I'm going to pull 368, the subrecipient funding agreement with Community Human Services for Shared Center operations, as well to recuse myself. I did not participate in those discussions, but altogether I want to recuse myself from the entire process since I am on the board of directors for Community Human Services.
Okay. Councilmember Valenzuela?
Just 297.
Okay. All right, and I may reserve for comment on 377.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, great. So let me go out to the public here. Hang on. Members of the public wish to pull an item. Yes.
328, 343, 365.
Oh, hold on one second for me. I'm getting it. 28343.
I'm sorry, let me start over there.
Okay.
328.
Yep.
343.
Yep.
365. 368. 370. 377.
Okay. Any other member of the public? Yes.
Also 328, again, after I hear from him, maybe I'll be okay. The 357 and the other one that has to do with the landscaping.
I'll come back to you. Any other? Okay, hold on. Let me go to the left here. Ms. Hayes?
Yes, 360, 365.
Okay.
369.
Okay. Now to my, all right, Mr. Maisonov.
168.
I'm sorry, which number?
168.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I'm asking each person who wants to speak to pull it. Okay, thank you. Excellent. Okay. Great. Boy, that's fun. Yes.
227.
227 for, okay. All right, we're pulling all of them at this point then. No, actually, I don't think we have 360 pulled or 380 pulled. So I'm going to continue. Don't do that. No. I'm going to go to Ms. De La Rosa.
328.
328, okay. Okay, and
368.
got it. All right, so I think we have 360 and, oh geez, okay, Zoom, hold on. Any member on Zoom wish to pull an item on consent? Thank you. Okay, all right, we'll close that. All right, I think I need approval from Councilmember Osornio, right, for 360 and 380?
Yes.
And seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez. Call for the vote on that.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, I'm going to go a little out of order here and ask Councilmember Sandoval and Rocha to recuse themselves from the room. And then I will take public comment from Ms. Hayes on ID 368, which is the subrecipient funding agreements with Community Human Services. You pulled this item.
So I'm not too clear. I'm not too clear on what's on your agenda. I just have the agenda that I got as I came in. But in regards to 368 and 369, I was just wondering about checks and balances for these organizations. You know, are we doing checks and balances as to how the monies are spent and, you know, who's doing what, and, you know, just to make sure that it's transparent to us? And that's basically all I needed to say on that.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, council, I'll need a motion to approve.
Approve.
Second. Motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Mayor Craig. Call for the vote.
Calling for the vote on 368, Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha recused. Councilmember Sandoval recused. Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, if, Mr. Jacobs, if you could call the other council members back in, we'll go back. ID 168, we have a member of the public, Mr. Maisonneuve, pulled this item.
I just had a quick question. I did not see counter offers on this. The paperwork seemed to only show one bid. And I was kind of concerned that we're not taking this out farther since it's almost $6 million. So that's it.
Thank you.
Second.
A motion made by Councilmember Gonzalez, seconded by Councilmember Osornio. Call for the vote on 168.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha? Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, thank you. ID 227, Ms. Warden, you pulled this. 5-year payment preservation street list.
I'd like to know what streets those are, and if Church and Cayucas is in that, because it really needs it, and Sanborn between Laurel and Madera, and Sanborn and Oregon. That's what I'd like to know. Make sure those are on there.
Thank you. I'll need a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez. Just as a point of clarification for you, Ms. Warden, the streets are listed in the staff packet, so if you want to look it up, they're in the staff report. All of the streets are in the staff report. We'll call for the vote, please.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, ID 297, Councilmember Osornio, you pulled this item?
Mayor, are we going to be receiving a report, like a slide? Or is that, no? No? Okay. So then my question would be, are we able to ask the folks that are here from the Salinas City Center Improvement Association?
They've all pulled the item for discussion, so.
Can I just hear a brief summary of the annual report and maybe some highlights of some of the things that are, that you guys would like to highlight?
Yep, come on up.
So I'm just going to, my name is Greg Hammer. I am the district coordinator for the Salinas City Center Improvement Association. Thank you, obviously, for having us and finally, or putting us on the agenda. Salinas City Center is the vibrant heart of our city. We have continued growth and revitalization this year. Our commitments are to creating a clean, safe, and lively downtown has yielded significant results. In 2023, we invested over $288,000 directly into our landscaping, maintenance staff, security in our downtown core and surrounding areas. Our pedestrian activity throughout downtown has seen a major uptick, we believe, with over 400,000 people crossing the intersection of Main and Alisal, and those numbers were provided to us by Public Works. Let's see. We have monitored last year in 2023. We monitored 76 events. There's obviously many more events that are happening, but this is just what we started tracking. Including theater shows, parades, such as the Only Veterans Day Parade in Monterey County, the Salinas Holiday Parade of Lights, and festivals like Festa Italia, Salinas Valley Food and Wine, and the Steinbeck Street Fair. These events attract thousands of people to our downtown historic core, and they enrich the cultural fabric of our community. New businesses have made their home on Main Street, contributing to the economic vitality of our district and demonstrating the positive impact of our efforts. Notable openings like Heirloom Pizza, Benjamin Moore Golden State Paint, Otto's Bread, and the upcoming ventures like Sweet Reba's and the Glass House signal a thriving business environment. Our focus on enhancing the district identity has been pivotal. We've expanded our social media reach, decorate key areas, and plan murals to celebrate our rich cultural heritage. Our collaborations with local media, including KSBW, Monterey County Weekly, have amplified our message, showcasing the vibrancy of Salinas City Center. The Salinas City Center Improvement Association remains dedicated to fostering a welcoming environment for all residents of Salinas and the surrounding areas. We continue to work towards our vision of a bustling, diverse downtown where all residents, professionals, and visitors can enjoy a variety of amenities within a short walk. In conclusion, 2023 has been a positive year for Salinas City Center. Our investments and collaborative efforts are revitalizing downtown, making it a destination for everyone in our city and our county. We thank you for your support, your continued support, and involvement in this journey. We hope to create a brighter future for Salinas. Thank you.
Great.
And obviously, if you have any other questions.
Mayor, is it appropriate to ask questions to the?
I would presume so. It's their annual report. We usually do that when one of our partners comes forward, so that's fine.
Thank you. So I want to start off by saying it's very clear that I'm very supportive of small business, especially small local businesses here in Salinas. I even have some spotlighting of my own that I do for businesses that are in the district that I represent, which is District 4. I'm also supportive of organizations like the Pájaro CDC, SUBA, the Chamber of Commerce, and I should say I'm supportive of the work that these organizations should be doing, and also the work that the Salinas City Center improvements. So with that being said, I just want to highlight a conversation that I had with the city manager and being able to speak to how all of these organizations can align, because ultimately they all support small business in our city. So that's something we obviously want to see. But I bring that up because some of the comments, and I wrote them down as you were making your presentation, but you talk about safe, you talk about clean, and a vibrant downtown. And then you also indicated a new business that hasn't opened just yet. But I've been told by the applicant that they're currently having some issues opening downtown. And so one of those being the Glass House. For us as a city, obviously it's a source of revenue that we get into our general fund. So the success of these small businesses is, you can tell it's important for us. But when I have comments like some of the, and I don't know how this is supposed to be addressed, but some of the issues of some of these business owners talking about getting quotes to clean their own storefronts because of grease that's left over from vendors that are not permitted to be there. It seems like it's still an issue as of even last weekend and the weekend before that. So I know that it has to be a collaborative effort, obviously, with the city doing enforcement. I don't know if that's PD or if it's a code enforcement or it's all three of us. But those are some of the concerns that are being brought up. So can you talk a little bit about when one of the businesses that are inside of the downtown, how do you guys handle complaints or issues that arise? Can you speak a little bit to how that works?
Yeah, absolutely. So first and foremost, our organization was created to provide services above and beyond what the city of Salinas offers to all residents, right? So we have an enhanced cleaning service. We have maintenance that runs around and gets rid of a lot of graffiti. I know Salinas the city has their own graffiti task force, but to be quite honest, it's just much easier to tell our maintenance team, say, hey, I saw this, and we get it about as fast as possible. So there's a lot of things like that we are doing above and beyond. There are, we've tried we've tried pressure washing, things like that. We've wanted code enforcement to crack down on the illegal vendors because it is putting our or the district vendors at a disadvantage because they are going through the process. And if code enforcement shows up at their place of business to make sure they're compliant, it's frustrating when these non-compliant entities show up. So we put in requests for service or requests for assistance, but it doesn't always happen fast enough, or there's an overlap. Let's say nighttime. I know there's a lot of food carts that show up at nighttime, but the city doesn't have a code enforcement team working those hours of the night and or weekend. So things like that can be challenging. We are aware. I am the first point of contact, I think, for the majority of businesses, especially when they don't necessarily know how to deal with some of the city steps or methods, whatnot. So they talk to me and ask me for assistance, and I can either point in the right direction or say, hey, I know how to do that right now. We'll do it right away. So there's a little bit of everything, and we do cooperate with several other nonprofits and entities in our district to enhance the experience as much as we can.
Yeah.
I'm going to make apologies for the interruption. I'm going to make a request that we keep our answers succinct. We have several people that have pulled this item, so I want to make sure that everyone gets the opportunity to make either their statement or their question. So go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
3 more questions that I'm going to
Perfect. Go for it.
And then the other question is how regularly does the Salinas City Improvement Association meet with its business owners? Do you guys have like meetings at one of the businesses?
Well, we have public meetings. We have a public board meeting every month. So they're open to the public. We are required to have open to the public meetings. And I work downtown, so I get FaceTime with pretty much anybody, and I've introduced myself to all the businesses. So anytime there's something, there can be an avenue of discussion, or at least a complaint recipient to try and take care of those issues.
And believe me, as obviously a representative, somebody that works with the city, I mean, there's always going to be room for improvement. But I wanted just to read this. I wanted to read this email that I got, and then that's the reason that I presented the question. Is as a small business owner in the downtown, the amount of support received from the Salinas City Center is non-existent.
Okay.
A significant number of small business owners in the downtown area are finding it impossible to keep our doors open due to the rising costs and lack of traffic in our downtown area. And so that was the reason that I wanted to ask that question, is because I don't know how many business owners are in the downtown, but I just wanted to be sure how many opportunities you guys are actually meeting with them on a consistent basis. But it seems like there's nothing really set up to meet with those business owners except for a monthly meeting that the association has. Is that right?
Well, we have a public meeting, like I said. There is not necessarily a public roundtable where we sit down and people come to me in a briefing room or whatnot. We also have a Facebook page, that a lot of the private Facebook page where businesses can voice concerns or have discussions. And again, we provide the additional services above and beyond what the city does. So enhanced cleaning, enhanced security, district identity. Whenever we have patrols throughout our district all day long, and if our security finds something, we address it immediately, or call the police department if it requires escalation.
Yeah, of course. And then the last comment that I will make, I know I said 4, but it seems like it's only 3. So the last comment I'll make is one of the business owners said that there was 2 events that were had. I believe both of them were around Laguna Seca. And they didn't know about the event being had. And I don't know what the involvement between the Salinas Valley Chamber and the Downtown Association, but I feel that it was, when I heard that, I was just like, oh man, like, so nobody came knocked on your door, nobody sent you an email?
Well, I don't want to speak out of turn necessarily, but when you request a special event permit, it is the organizer's responsibility to let everybody know. I don't know where. I mean, we're not the person that's responsible for knocking on all the doors. When I know about an event, I will share it.
Sure.
But if I don't know about it myself, then I can't share it.
So then it's going to be a fourth question. I'm sorry. Did you know about those two events?
They were on my calendar, and I have published a calendar as part of our board minutes before. Yes. So our minutes, our board agendas. I include the agendas online sometimes.
Good. That's great to hear. Thank you so much. No further questions, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Councilmember Burr, you pulled this item.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hammer. You know, I'm looking at Mr. Ish and at Mr. Saunders. I mean, I trust these two gentlemen. I've worked with them for years. I don't know if one's still a president of the SCCIA and former presidents. Let's have an honest conversation. What is, and Mr. Hammer, I don't know you very well, but because I want to work together with you. We're responsible for the city, regardless of who we are. But we got a lot of political correctness here, lots of pats on the back, and then we find out, well, what did we really discuss? What is the SCCIA? I mean, do you care about the merchants there? I mean, you say the organizers are responsible, but actually, you know, like we had an issue earlier, the Republic. Mm-hmm. Well, when a ratepayer calls me, I'm not going to say you got to talk to the Republic, no, because sure. I'm on the contract, so I got to take responsibility for that. These merchants are in the SCCIA area. I don't know what they pay, how much they pay. I also believe the city, which we're the city, we're also members of the SCCIA. Well, I didn't know about these events, but my question is to you, Mr. Hammer, do you sincerely have a relationship with these merchants, or maybe it's not even the SCCIA responsibility to have a relationship with merchants?
I have a relationship with these merchants, yes.
Okay.
I come by and I say hi. I walk downtown. Everybody knows me. I wear the same jacket every day. So yes, I do believe I have a relationship with the majority of these merchants.
Well, these merchants that you know with the jackets and all that, did they know you were going to present today? SCCIA was going to present?
No.
No.
I wasn't sure if you guys were going to pull the agenda. The report that we provided was acceptance, so I didn't know how many questions you were going to ask.
Mr. Hammer, there is no doubt we want to thank the property owners. There's no doubt of that. I mean, without them, we couldn't do it. But without the merchants, we can't do it. I mean, there's a young woman out there that raises her children on her job at the... You know, I mean, that's exciting. I mean, the economy works that way. But here I'm the merchant of dubbers. Me as the merchant of dubbers, do I know there's a Laguna Seca Raceways coming to town? Do I get my tacos and everything ready because I want to make some money? Or, hey, nobody told me about it. Sure. See how critical that is? Are we doing that? I mean, am I getting a newsletter as one of your merchants? Hey, on the 12th of December, Christmas at Old Town, downtown. You know, get ready to make some money. How do you inform the merchants? Or do you? I mean, let's be honest. Yeah. Or do you?
We do send out the occasional newsletter. Okay. It's not as regular as we'd want it to be.
Okay.
So I wish we were more regular about it, but we haven't been. There is a mailing list. There is a Constant Contact is not the company; it's a different company. But we do have a mailing list that we send out, and when there are special events, certain events, we do push those out. Yes, but not as often as I would like.
Because it is concerning. I mean, you just told us you hold monthly public board meetings, and this is not the gotcha questions. This is because you and I, we're a team here. Sure. We want to improve our city, growth, revitalization. Now, my other question is. code enforcement. I know some of the merchants have talked to us about unpermitted business. I mean, how awesome to be able to go make a lot of money in front of Fox Theater and not having to pay anything. But yet somebody's paying for insurance, everything. But yet you said code enforcement's not doing their job. How can we work? How do you think we can work better so it can be fair for that merchant that's following the rules? How can we help them?
Well, weekend enforcement and nighttime enforcement, I think, would help a lot. But there's needs 24/7 in our district. We have several merchants that wish or beg, or not beg, but they really want us to have 24/7 security. Gosh, I do too.
Yeah.
But we don't. We pay about $100,000 a year in security services. If we were to go 24/7, that would turn into $300,000. And our budget simply cannot support that. I mean, if we received that much money in funding, yeah, absolutely. I would have a guy on every corner. But much like the police department, we're constrained with how many bodies we have. And just like code enforcement, they're constrained with how many bodies you have. Parking enforcement, absolutely. Everybody talks about parking in downtown. We would love better enforcement. But you guys run the budget.
Yeah. But you know what, Mr. Hammer, I work for you, so I want you
Yes,
to
sir.
succeed with the merchants as well. But in your district identity sidewalk improvements part, you said you prepare a monthly newsletter, biannual. What's happening in CC with mayor and the SCCI board members, but I don't see business owners on that same sentence. So do I care about the business owners? I mean, if somebody's struggling, does the SCCIA even care? How can we support that business to succeed? Because your board member that owns that building, they don't want a vacant building.
Yeah, they don't want an empty building, absolutely. Yeah.
Exactly. So how is it that we can work hand in hand, or are we? Or are we even interested?
Absolutely. I don't want to speak out of turn, but we do. Here we go.
Oh, here now. Top Gun.
First off, Greg Hammer is doing just an outstanding job for
Yes,
us
he
in the
is.
downtown
Yes, he
area.
is.
There are certain things that get elevated, and I'm Steve Ish, and I'm the president of the association. And trust me, I know just about how every merchant is doing, and every merchant that does need help. And we try to work offline with them to get the help that they're looking for and they need from that standpoint. But what I can say is over the last, I'm going to say, Frank, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but as you go back about a 10-year period of time and to where we are today is just, it's like we were born yesterday and now we're 6'6".
Yeah.
I mean, downtown Salinas has never been in a better situation as far as the tenants themselves. And yes, when they have a bad day, guess what? I find out about that pretty damn quick.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And there are conversations, but those are conversations that happen one-on-one.
Yes.
From that standpoint.
I'm being asked by the city attorney to bring it back to the 2023 annual report and the items in the report, please.
Well,
Thank you.
this is about the 20, it's information on this report that I'm asking questions about. So don't put them on this report if you don't want me to ask questions. And I mean that with respect.
Councilmember, I understand. I'm also respectfully trying to run the meeting according to Robert's Rules of Order and what my city attorney's asking.
What would you like me to do, Madam Mayor?
You can continue asking questions on the annual report. Go ahead. Thank you.
So what questions, could you help me with asking the appropriate?
I don't know what you're thinking, so you're going to have to go ahead and move forward.
If you don't understand what I'm thinking, I'm saying, I'm trying to improve the working relationship, the partnerships with the businesses and the business owners, with the property owners. That's what I'm trying to do. So just because of that, Madam Mayor, I mean, I lost my train of thought, so thank you, I'm done.
Okay. If you think of additional questions, I'll come back to you.
No.
Okay. All right, I will continue on. Councilmember Valenzuela, you also pulled this item?
I did too, Mayor.
Okay. Oh, okay, sure. Councilmember Sandoval, go ahead.
Yeah, I heard Mr. Hammer say that the SCCI is to provide services above the City of Salinas services. I couldn't find that in the management district plan. It says the SCCI will provide special benefit district improvements and activities, including cleaning, security, beautification, district identity, and special benefit programs. It also states that the downtown SCCIA will improve the individual parcels, attract new customers to their businesses, increase sales, and increase occupancy in enhancing the benefits to those individual parcels. One of my colleagues was asking how have you met with the existing business owners, but I didn't actually hear that you actually met with them on the round table, or we've heard about town halls and things like that. And so for me, that is of concern because I've heard it from certain businesses that they don't get their services promoted on the social media or the website. I mean, I follow it. I see that there is not proportionally advertising for different tenants. And so I just wanted to share that because I do feel a lot of these things are the responsibility of your organization. My first question is, well, I guess it got answered because my first question was, how many businesses have you had direct interaction with to see how you can support them?
I don't have a direct count of how many I have or have not. We are a property-based business improvement district. So we are, property owners are the people who created this district. Now, obviously, we want the merchants to be happy. We want to promote the merchants. We're doing as best as we can. But again, we have a finite budget. We have a social media person for the advertising you're talking about. And I have repeatedly asked all of the merchants, if you have a promotion, if you have something going on, send me information. I will push it out there. We will market it to the best of our abilities. But I don't always get replies. So it's hard for me. We don't create content. We don't create the advertising. We want to share it with people, but we don't create the advertising for Acme or whatever company it could potentially be. So it's not that we're showing favoritism, but certain companies send us things, or certain merchants send us things, and others don't. And if there's nothing to promote, then I can't promote it.
And they're all informed of these opportunities via newsletter,
talk to them.
handout?
Every time I talk to them.
All right. It just hasn't been my interaction with some of the small businesses that even when the meetings were. So you mentioned you provide security. What kind of hours is your security guards working?
They are, you say hours?
Yeah, like what is the time slots that they're working?
Our time slots slide around, but currently they are Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 3 p.m., and Thursday, Friday, Saturday from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay, and have you found that that's reflective of the needs for the district?
When we created that schedule, it seemed okay. But you're probably referring to an email that we were all CC'd on, and asking for security on the weekends. And currently, because of that schedule from Saturday 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., there are certain time frames that are not hit because of that. And that's 100% due to our funding.
Right. In conversations I've had with you and Mr. Dayton too, I didn't feel it was, well, first, the majority of the city doesn't understand that the City of Salinas is also a contributor to this organization. So a long time ago, the City Council voted to, I call it tax ourselves, but maybe it's not called tax ourselves, it's an assessment. But at the end of the day, the City of Salinas is contributing, and I'm sure you have the exact amount, but I'm going to ballpark it and say about $95,000.
That's pretty close.
And, we assess ourselves on this building, City Hall, buildings all around the district. And I've never felt that was appropriate because we don't do that for any other area of Salinas. I also had a concern last year, and I think the organization has remedied it. I didn't feel it was appropriate for the agency to fund a government affairs director, whose part of his job description was speaking to us council members. So in a way, the way I saw it, was we're funding an organization, and then you hire somebody who speaks to us. It just didn't seem right to me. I also had concerns about the two different service areas, although I recognize that the outlying area pays less. It seemed like the majority of services was going to one strip, which is Main Street, and the outlying areas weren't getting the same level of service. Now, I know you have done significant improvements to also service those areas. I just don't feel there's sufficient outreach to businesses, which is part of what you're there to help succeed. Help them succeed. I had a conversation with you because we are only limited to the conversations we hear with this business and that business. So I had asked you if you would consider doing a vote or tally or survey of all the businesses, property owners within there to see if there was, if they feel they're getting the value, the services, or what they seek and improved. But I understand that after that conversation, even though you agreed, that didn't go before the board. And so that data is very important to me, because then I could gauge more responsibly with the data where there's a need for improvement and what direction, I'd like to see in that district. So I just wanted to share those thoughts.
Sorry, Councilman Sandoval, what is your question?
I don't have any, that was not a
okay.
question.
That was just
Making a
statement.
comment.
Okay.
I'm making a comment.
Got
Yeah,
it.
thank you.
All right, Councilmember Valenzuela, you pulled this item.
Yeah, so there are a lot of questions, so I think we are going to have to come back, maybe ask for additional information. But just like Councilmember Barrera said, we're here to support each other. We're not trying to get you, right? But we did have, Councilmember Osornio and I did have a meeting with a number of businesses, and there were concerns. There were concerns, including the one where they mentioned that they don't know what the association does, right? Now, one of my questions, you mentioned that you have monthly meetings. How many people were at the last meeting?
We had the board, and I believe there was 11 members present.
Aside from the board.
There was one gentleman who comes by and does his video camera thing.
Oh, Mr. White? Okay. Another question is, I saw the number of responses on the survey. To me, they're pretty low. How did you go about identifying stakeholders to support you in distributing that survey?
Sure. We posted online. We posted. I put out flyers. I delivered flyers. I posted flyers in the street. Heck, I even offered $50 to the lucky winner of a poll and get a gift card to a choice of their business. And I ran that for months. And total input was, I had to look at the exact number, it was like 250 or 270 people or something like that. So we're trying to do certain outreach, but there's only so far that I can lead a horse to water, can't force him to drink.
Did you approach any of the businesses to help you promote that survey?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
for several months there was a flyer up at the Cherry Bean, right by the coffee machine, it's just hanging there.
Right. Yeah, I think a lot of the questions have already been asked, but I feel that, like a lot of the council members, the report highlights a lot about what the association is doing in order to maintain downtown clean, safe, and maybe that is the goal of the association.
That is primarily what we've been doing.
Ensuring merchants' success is not that goal, right? But that is definitely one of the questions that a lot of the businesses that we talked to had. And so I bring this up, again, not to say got you, but to make myself available, because a lot of these businesses do want to have that relationship with the association. They do want to succeed. They are afraid. And so how can the association act as the bridge between us as council, them as business, them as community, so that we can all thrive together, right? So just with that, I would just make one more recommendation for the association. A lot of the businesses also did not know about the downtown vibrancy plan. I don't know if that's in your scope of work, but that, making that bridge, because we're going to be growing together. So if you need my support, I can make myself available to help with that outreach with the businesses.
Anytime you want to chat, we'll be available to you.
Sounds good. No more questions.
Excellent. We'll go ahead and have you sit down. Thank you. And I am going to public comment on this item. Actually, I'm going to call, no, hang on. We've pulled these items, so I'm going to call Amy Salmina first, then we're going to go with Kevin Dayton, and then we have Greg Hammer. Excuse me.
Good evening, City Council. I'm Amy Salmina. I'm actually a merchant downtown. And I happen to sit on the board. So when I decided to move my business downtown, it was not for SCCIA, by the way, because we didn't have the downtown vibrancy plan. We didn't have all of that. But I wanted to be in the center and the heart of Salinas. Since this has happened, the beautification process, I feel great. I feel safe. So I am a woman, right? I am the business owner. I do have men that work in my office, but primarily we have women as administrative staff. We feel very safe being there, having the security, so I'm really appreciative of having that. It's for everyone to feel safe. I love it when we're at the farmer's market, or we're walking and having dinner at night, or we're having people that are around, or I'm walking with my children to the aerial theater. I feel very comfortable having that security there, being able to have that access, which I didn't have before. I appreciate that the staff is cleaning out in the morning in front of my building, when I have a homeless person typically sleeping in front of my office 7 days a week. So just so you know, as a business owner downtown, I really appreciate that. I have never expected anybody to do marketing for myself. I tend to reach out if I want something from someone, but I wanted to let you know that this is an outstanding program. I think we need to emulate this program. There's always room for improvement. Please understand that, and I welcome that. But I want to emulate this program, have a government affairs director, and I'd like to create something, maybe implementing this with the Alisal vibrancy plan. I feel it's really important. I have a lot of people indicating if we had that in our area where we live, because I manage those particular properties, this would be really nice. So let's use this model to create something that's really wonderful for our city, for everybody, so that everybody can walk around in every district, right? So let's start, since we have the Alisal vibrancy plan, let's doing that, and let's have a government affairs person help and create and be a cheerleader and making sure those things happen, and we're involving all of our community. So I really just want to appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then we have Kevin Dayton. You also pulled this item?
Kevin Dayton, I can still identify myself as the Government Affairs Director for Salinas City Center Improvement Association, but as some of you know, I have not been on the SCCIA payroll since the end of the last fiscal year. Because there was controversy over whether or not it was appropriate in the management plan for me to serve doing government affairs. So I'm very sad about this. I came on board in the summer of 2017 when the vibrancy plan that had passed 2 years earlier had really stalled and was beginning to gather dust on the shelf. And the board brought me on saying, hey, we need to improve our interaction with the city council and staff and move us forward. And boy, there were some tremendous changes in 6 years. I'm really proud of. Salinas downtown has changed so much, and my own daughter telling me, Dad, I know you played a role in that. You did a fantastic job. And I can see, for example, Councilman Barrera, you've always said downtown Salinas is for everybody. I can see now the absence of government affairs. We should be meeting with you and telling you about downtown so you learn about it. You're new here. And we should be meeting with you, talking about the business things and concerns. And, I know people felt, it's just inappropriate to have that Kevin Dayton out there working, pushing for the vibrancy plan. And I'm just hoping I'm not going to resign. I tried to resign before and they wouldn't take it. But I'd like to see in the future government affairs back again for SCCIA so we can start having, somebody's got to do these relationships. I guess Gray's got to take on more work, But I like to see government affairs back as part of SCCIA again. Thank you.
Thank you. And we also have Greg Hammer. You're the last one who pulled this item. All right. Okay, saying nothing else, we'll come back. Councilmember, I'm seeking action on this item.
Second, I want to know if I can make a friendly amendment on the motion.
Okay.
The friendly amendment would be so that that our city manager maybe schedule some time to meet with the SCCIA, and so that we can figure out how we can collaborate. We definitely want to be supportive, and so if I can make that friendly amendment to the motion.
Friendly guy.
Okay, sounds good. So then.
Okay. Motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Osornio. Call for the vote on 297.
Councilmember Barrera? Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, ID 328, the Landscape Maintenance Districts Agreement for Services. Councilmember Barrera, you pulled this item. May I go to the public first, if you're okay with that?
Yes, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you. We have Mr. Guerra, you pulled this item, and Ms. Warden, you pulled this item, and Ms. De La Rosa, you pulled this item.
Would you like me to go first, Mayor?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
In that order.
In that order, guys.
Yep.
Get behind.
So Mr. Guerra is first, Ms. Warden is second, and Ms. De La Rosa. Those are the only three that have pulled the item. Thank you.
Let me
Go
know
ahead.
when you're ready, Mayor. Thank you. Good afternoon, Jose Guerra, Montevilla community. Yeah, I pulled this item for several reasons. I don't like to repeat myself and tell people that they're not doing their job, but it's like I'm doing that all the time. And this is the reason why I believe that the increase should not be done. This should not be appropriate. We have enough taxes that we pay in that area. I don't see how they want to get more from us and not do the work. I mean, seriously, I don't think anybody likes to get paid, or pay somebody if they don't do the job. So like I mentioned before, Mr. Jacobs needs to step up to the plate and get it together before he asks for more money. I'm sorry. I mean, I hate to sound like a broken record. I don't like to belittle people. I'm not here for that. I'm here to get improvements done for my community. If I'm going to pay taxes, I'm going to pay a bill, I'm going to know where the money's going. I don't ever pay a bill without saying, oh, what's that for? Oh, I just paid it. I don't do that. So that going to do with everything else with the city, it's the same thing. We all pay our bills because we know we're going to get the resource we ask for. It's very simple, ladies and gentlemen. It's very simple. Please do your job. If not, Mr. Mendez, new manager, you need to find somebody else to do it then if they can't do it. I'm sorry, I hate to put you on the spot like that, but I don't like doing that to people, but I'm really frustrated. Going on a year and a half doing this, almost 2 years. And nothing's being done. They can't lock the gates in our park. They can't water the grass. They can't cut the trees. They can't cut the grass right. They can't control the soccer league. Little things like that. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Ms. Warden, you pulled this item? Okay.
She wants to wait.
We also have Ms. De La Rosa pulled this item.
Gloria de la Rosa. I live in Laurel Heights, Montevilla. I'm here to advocate for my neighbors in Montevilla. And I'm asking you, please listen to them. They've been coming for 2 years, repeating themselves. They need your help. I was out there. I'm seeing what's happening in that neighborhood park. We live in Laurel Heights. We have a neighborhood park. Parks are for everyone. I agree. But you know what? The trash, adults kicking balls, breaking windows, it's not good. So again, I'm here to ask you, please listen to them. Okay? They're frustrated. And they'll be coming back, and they'll be coming back again and again. Thank you.
Just so I'm clear, Ms. Warden, are you biding your time to Ms. Hayes? No, hang on. Just to be clear, listen, I have an obligation to run this meeting fairly.
I know. I'm sorry.
Okay, so you're giving up your time then. Go
I'm
for
sorry,
it.
Mayor,
Hang on. No, I just want to
Mayor,
understand
point
the
of order,
clear.
no. Because-
Council member,
no,
you're out of order. I'm not
no.
recognizing you.
Mayor?
I want to understand how this meeting is
I'd like to make a
running.
motion that the mayor allow for discussion in this moment.
Council member, I'm doing what I can to understand
Yeah,
the
but-
order of operations.
Mayor,
This
you're not
meeting-
following the Brown Act, and you're not allowing the public to participate. Your rules about having to raise your hand are not in the law.
Council
It's
member.
inhibiting public participation, and it's inappropriate.
I appreciate your input.
It's not input, it's the law.
Thank you. Council, I'm going to go ahead and go out to the public. We've pulled this item. I just want to make sure. Ms. Hayes, did you have a conversation with Ms. Warden?
Yes, I did.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I needed clarification on.
right.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just real quick, we're being charged an additional $12,000 per year for the next 2 years. And they do have a big area to work with, and that's fine, and they do a good job. But I just want to note, is this going to include tree trimming and pruning of the trees by the creek? I know that's a protected area, so that's something that I would like to find out. The other thing is when they do blow the leaves, when they do a lot of the blowing, they blow it straight into the creek, so that gets a buildup. And we, the residents, because we were given a beautification grant to do a little park in that corner area, we clean it up and we pile the debris on the grass so they can pick it up and put it in their mulch or whatever they do. And they don't want to do that. They think that's my area and they shouldn't have to do it. But I've had to tell them several times that it's a city park. It's not my park. Just because I'm there all the time doesn't mean it's mine. So I'd like to know if that includes, is that money also going to include that part? And the last thing I'm going to say about that area on River Cross, I don't think it's their responsibility, but I will speak with Anthony about this. But there's a lot of sand buildup in the creek, and that won't tolerate another flood in that area this coming year. The sand is just getting really high, and there's just basically no attention to what's going on in the creek. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you did not pull this item. Would you like to speak on it?
Yeah, I'm just going to let you know that they say that insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and getting the same result. So in Spanish, we say, somos loquillos. We are crazy. We're crazy to believe that you care. We're crazy to believe that you can do the job that is required to keep our parks clean. We're crazy for being here 8, 9 o'clock, knowing that you can look at your desks and continue to ignore us. But we are crazy, right, Tony? Yes. Somos loquillos. Loquitos. 2 years. You have people come every 2 weeks and complain about the work that's being done in the park. 2 years, it's constant criticism of the maintenance of the grass, of the closing of the gates, very critical, fundamental services. To increase fees for a product that you've never provided us seems wild. You were willing to hold the garbage company accountable, but you're not willing to hold yourselves accountable. And I think that that is described by the word hypocrisy, and that you sit in hypocritical chairs if you charge us while delaying the fees for the garbage truck. Why would you ask them to do something you can't do? You're in charge of them, and you can't even make them do what they're supposed to be doing. You shouldn't be raising fees. You should be providing services, and you should be establishing trust. This doesn't establish trust or demonstrate competence. If you can't provide the service that you're already paid for, why would you charge us more?
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Barrera, thank you. We'll go to you. You've pulled this item.
Madam Mayor, so who would be the, Mr. Jacobs would be the person I can ask. Mr. Jacobs, what happens if we don't approve this increase?
If we don't approve the amendment, then we would have to talk to the contractor to see what he's willing to do for less money, or we would cancel the contract and put it back out for RFP to get a new contractor on board. And this is for the maintenance of the landscaping areas within Montebello. It does not cover the bathrooms, doesn't cover the locking of the gates. This is for the landscaping that surrounds the area. It does include the mowing of the park and some other areas there, but the bathrooms and the parking and the maintenance of other things don't fall within this contract.
Yeah, let me ask Mr. Mendez a question. Mr. Mendez, you know, when, as a department director, for example, hypothetically here, and I really like Mr. Jacobs, and I like his work. He's accessible. You know, when I'm in charge of something, and maybe I'm getting complaints by whomever, I would think that I would just say, hey, I'm gonna go look for myself, see what's happening. And I think a lot of times, and I'm gonna criticize myself. I think a lot of times we don't do that. You know, we're saying something is getting done because I was told it got done, but yet I don't know. So then we get homeowners with, well, if it's coming out of anybody's pocket, we're all going to be concerned. If it's coming out of my pocket, I'm going to be concerned on the quality of what I'm paying for. So how do we remedy these issues? You know, because if we don't approve this, somebody's going to be complaining even more because it's going to get worse. Is that correct?
Yeah, basically, there's two contractors that bid on our landscaping and lighting districts. That's Smith & Enright and Brightview. And Brightview is currently doing Hardin Ranch and the airport districts, where Smith & Enright are doing these two. You know, we get complaints about both contractors. We try to work with them. Smith & Enright seems to be more responsive to our requests, and that's why we like to extend their contracts when available, because most likely when we do put it back out for RFP, they'll be the ones that end up winning the bid. And again, you have to go by the lowest bid on a project like this.
And I understand how that works, but sometimes because we're going with the lowest, are you as the department director, are you satisfied with the quality of their work?
Smith & Enright, yes. We do work with them, and we do get complaints about them, and we address it with them, and they, like I said, they're pretty responsive in terms of doing it. I talk with Victor constantly, who oversees these contracts, and he's happy with these. If we weren't happy, we would put an RFP together and put it back out on the street. And again, that's a months-long process.
So we have just been called hypocrites. So my question is, because my hypocrisy has its limits as well. What do you do? So we have some concerned homeowners here with good reason. So we say, hey, we're not going to vote for these guys. We're going to put it out to bid. What can they expect if we go with that?
Well, again, these, in terms of the districts, again, I don't know off the top of my head in terms of if the street trees are included in this district, we can send Smith & Enright out and do those trees. It might not fall within the contract amount they have. It'd be an extra cost to them. We're not raising fees with this. These are all included in the landscaping and lighting district fees that we collect on annually. And we do put a budget together for those to pay for these services. I'm hearing they want some tree trimming in Montebello, so I have to go and look and see what Victor has in terms of his contractors or his ability to do that.
Yeah. And Ms. De La Rosa says they're going to be coming back, but it's okay. They can come every Tuesday. But my question is, Mr. Mendez, in your wisdom, how do you think we can remedy this issue? Because they bring valid points, so how can we come to a consensus of some sort?
Well, through the mayor, I actually did drive out there the other day, yesterday, I believe. I've been doing a lot of driving, meeting a lot of folks to try to get an understanding, and I'll probably be reaching out to meet with the community members and just kind of walk the park and walk some of the issues. I saw the gate, I saw some of the other challenges, and I think part of it is resources and just coming here and being real candid about what we think our resource can and can't do, and then if we commit to something, doing it. So I like the opportunity to do so. It's and just kind of work with David and his team and Kristen and her team and everybody, because just to go out there and kind of how can we address these issues and bring something back to you, so at least we can say I can tell you here's sort of our plan over the next several months, and then we can hold ourselves accountable. I can't today tell you this is going to happen, not happen, because I don't want to get out there and not deliver. So and I think that's kind of clear. But if I give the opportunity to do so, then we'll bring it back.
So my last question, Mr. Mendez, so with what you just said, if we don't approve this.
This doesn't increase the rates. It doesn't increase my understanding. It's an increase to this contract amount. And to give us some capacity. Obviously, if it impacts the assessment district charges, there's a whole process we have to go through that. That's not what this is. So I think what we're hearing is the community is giving us money to provide these services, and they don't feel we're doing these services, right? So the ask today is to allow us to increase this contract to allow us to provide those services better. The community is not confident that we can, so why improve this increase? But this doesn't increase the rate. Their assessment doesn't increase because of this.
Good. Thank you.
Council, I'll seek action on this item.
I want a point of clarification, because the staff report mentions, or what is before us does say that the approving a resolution authorizing the city manager to execute amendment number 1, extending the Northeast Maintenance District and Montevilla Maintenance District, and increasing the annual cost for the Northeast Maintenance District by $14,000, and increasing the annual cost for the Montevilla Maintenance District by $3,000. So what exactly is being increased if we're saying we're not increasing the fee?
Okay, so the contracts are for the maintenance of the areas. And we entered in a contract 2 years ago, or 4 years ago, I don't remember which one, but they're allowed to ask for a 2-year extension. And when that 2-year extension comes along, they can also ask for an increase to cover their extra costs or increased personnel costs. And basically that's what this is. They're asking for a 4% increase per year for the next 2 years, and that's what this covers.
So I think I understand the confusion, but this is an increase to the actual agreement. It's and the increase to those districts that we're using those funds to cover those agreements, but we're not increasing the district assessment.
Correct. Yeah, the assessments are coming to council August 6th for approval, and those include an engineering report. These dollar amounts fall within the existing assessment that we are doing for these 2 areas.
So then where's that money gonna come from to increase the?
Our current assessments, right?
Yeah, it falls within what we're accessing right now. So we're not proposing any increases to the assessment districts.
Understood, out of the budget that exists for the assessment district.
Yes.
Correct.
Understood, okay.
Okay, so we have a motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Osornio. Call for the vote on 328, please.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
No.
Councilmember Sandoval?
No.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
No.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, ID 343, Councilmember Barrera, you pulled this item. Agreement with the County of Monterey for evaluation services.
What number is that, Madam Mayor?
343.
What number is it?
343, 24, 343.
Yes, well, thank you. I just wanted to find out what, I read the report, but What does that entail? That evaluation services?
Oh, Chris, can you help me out?
Yeah, this is a police department grant, Councilmember Barrera, and this is for organized retail theft. If you recall that they received this grant in a previous council meeting that you approved the acceptance of, and so now this is a contract with the county to do the evaluation as to whether or not we're in compliance with the grant and actually doing what we committed to do with those grant funds. So it's an evaluation of the police department's services, essentially, Councilmember.
Yeah,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, we had Mr. Guerra also pulled this item. We have a motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Osornio. Mr. Guerra?
I pulled this for the reason that I believe we need these resources. So I think we need more policing. It's very important for our community. I believe that we need to go back to the table and get everybody together on the same page and do this. All this defunding the police I hear is it's kind of bothering me because if we take matters into our own hands, we're not a civilization anymore. We are just like any other entity, any other person. We are not educated. We're not being a community. We pay people to do that job. That job is a dangerous job. I know that firsthand. This is a job that not just anybody can do. It takes a special person like your guys' job. Not anybody can sit up there and take criticism and take punishment and take emails and take phone calls and be on the phone out there trying to help people that you cannot help. You cannot help everybody. I understand that. But our police force, if you get the right people here, which we do have. We have Mr. John Murray here, who's great. I've talked to him. He's policed my area. He's been in my area. I talk to him constantly. If I don't call him once a week, it's a minimal, at least 2 or 3 times. The reason why it's important is because a society without a proper policing, trained professionals, I should say, trained professionals, not just anybody with a badge and a gun out there, people that go to the academy, that do their time. If you ever gone to an academy, I wish you would try it. It's great. You would love it. It is awesome. You build a brotherhood outside these walls that nobody can touch. The people that I am in touch with to this day are my brothers forever. So anybody in law enforcement, to me, is my brother. Why? Because I know the struggle. I've been there. I've been with them. I understand their empathy, their sympathy. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, I'll seek action on this item.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Osornio. Call for the vote on 343, please.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. ID 357, City Hall Security Gate System Installation. Councilmember Barrera, you pulled this item.
Mayor, as I was, I read a little bit more on this one, 357 and also 377. I'm fine with that.
Okay. I have a member of the public that wishes to comment on this item. Ms. Warden, you also pulled this item.
Good evening again. I just want to know, why do we need a security gate? And this is first I've heard about it. Someone explained to us about the security gate and what's going to entitle, is it going to be, we have to go through a gate to get into City Hall or what? I just want to know where this gate, if it's for the police department or what. So just explain it to us so we understand what it's about.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. We have a motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez. Call for the vote on 357, please.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
ID 365, the fiscal year 2024-2025 assessment and maintenance district levies. We have two members of the public who pulled this item, Mr. Guerra and Ms. Hayes. You are welcome to come up to the podium. Ms. Hayes pulled the item.
You want to go first?
That's Ms. Warden. Ms. Hayes pulled the item. If you want to come on up to the microphone. Mr. Guerra, you pulled this item.
Yeah. I pulled this item again for the direction of getting stuff that we need in the city. I didn't see a budget on it, so I pulled it. I wanted more information on it. It's good to have these emergency vehicles, but what are we paying for them, and who's manufacturing them, and at what rate we're going to get them, and what's going to be involved in having that?
Mr. Guerra, we're on the maintenance district levies transmittal, ID
did we pass- did I pass
365.
one?
Yeah.
I apologize.
Yeah, we did.
I withhold my comment on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hayes, you pulled the item?
I move this again.
Okay. Council, I'll need a motion to approve. Okay, motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Osornio. Call for the vote on 365, please.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, ID 369, the application of the California Department of Housing and Community Development 2024 Emergency Solutions Grant Continuum of Care Program. Mr. Guerra, you also pulled this item? I have both.
Yeah, Mayor, I apologize. I was outside on the last one, and I got confused on the ones. I apologize. Yes, I pulled this item due to the fact of the applications. I wanted more information on how they're going to be processed and who's in charge of them and what committee I can actually talk to find out. That was pretty much it on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hayes, you also pulled this item? This is ID 369.
369.
You have 2 minutes.
Again, this was in part with the other checks and balances, just to make sure that we're doing checks and balances and that there's transparency and that we're informed. That was basically it. Thank you.
Thank you. You didn't pull this item. Do you want to speak to it? Come on up.
Yeah, I just don't understand it. When I read it, it's not clear what it is. It's not clear if there's money attached to it. Having some clarity of what the actual meaning of this would be helpful for us to be able to participate. Thanks.
Thank you. Council, seek action on 369.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Osornio. Call for the vote on 369, please.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
ID 370, the citywide sidewalk repair project, contract change orders. Councilmember Osornio, you pulled this item?
Yes, I just wanted to comment a little bit about the contractor and really just speak a little bit to the work that they've been doing, and I would just want to pronounce the company correctly. I believe it's
JJR.
JJR, yeah. I mean, I don't know how you would rate them as far as the work that they've been doing, but I've been seeing them on multiple sidewalks, and it seems like they're just doing a great job.
They've been very efficient, yes.
They're very, very efficient. I know that there had been some road work done. I believe it was on Trazado Road or street, and there's just been so much sidewalk work that's been done in District 4, and I've been seeing a lot of the work, and it's been getting done. It looks like on time. It looks like fast. They have a good sized crew. I literally only pulled the item just to be able to say that it looks like they're doing a really good job. So just thank you for you guys, for staff doing their due diligence and picking this contractor, because they're doing some really great work, and they're getting those sidewalks done in District 4 rapid. So thank you. I just wanted to pull it out for a separate vote. Motion to approve.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Osornio, seconded by Councilmember Gonzalez. Mr. Guerra, you also pulled this item?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I pulled this item because Montebella Community, Jose Guerra. I pulled this item to the reason because of that I noticed that they were doing a real good job also myself. I was very happy with the work, but I wanted to know the extent of the project. I don't have a lot of information here. I mean, I didn't read your booklet, I apologize. I know that they're doing a good job because I've seen some of the work they did, but up to what extent are they going to do it, and who's next? That's what I want to know. I have more questions. That's why I pulled the item. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. ID 377, City Hall Build Back Security Network Cabling Agreement. Councilmember Barrera, you pulled this item?
Second.
Okay, motion made by Councilmember Barrera, seconded by Councilmember Osornio. Mr. Guerra, you also pulled this item?
Yes, I pulled this item again, Montebella Community, because I needed more information on this. Do you guys have a way of getting information to me, or do I have to look it up? Is there a dialogue I can follow? Because I don't want to approve something without getting more information on it. So that was pretty much it. If I can get more information, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Call for the vote.
Councilmember Barrera?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez? Councilmember Osornio?
Yes.
Councilmember Rocha?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandoval?
Yes.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Mayor Craig?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Great. Good job. We got through that in 50 minutes. So, Councilmember reports, appointments, and future agenda items. I'll start to my right. Councilmember Osornio.
Yes. I just wanted to congratulate the promoters for Dia de la Familia over the weekend. It was a well-attended event over at the sports complex, and really just advocate for being able to see a lot more of these community events. And so, like I said, it was a free event to the public, and just want to see more of them. So thank you to the promoters for that and all the volunteers. I also did want to just remind folks about the beautification grants, neighborhood grants that we are doing from the city of Salinas. The deadline to apply is Monday, August 26th. So the neighborhood beautification grant, if anybody is interested, please apply. And then again, just I said it last week, but if any of my colleagues here are thinking about getting tattoos or watching cars over the weekend, Ink at the Bay. I know Mayor Craig, maybe, it could happen. But just wanted to invite folks out there. It's a really great event. Paulina and Juan do a great job. Used to be in Monterey, now it's in Salinas. But I would encourage folks, if they want to go out there and just see a lot of these artists, and they come from all around the world. They come to Salinas. It's a great event that obviously we can see the economic impact, especially when you have a lot of the lowrider cars, which is on Sunday, and just see the culture. It's really great to see. So if folks don't have any plans for the weekend, might want to go out there and see some beautiful cars and maybe see some great tattoos. So thank you, and no further comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrera?
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you. I just want to give a big shout out to the city clerk and her staff. You know what, you guys do a tremendous job here. You're easy to work with. I just appreciate your service. I really mean that sincerely. Every time I need something, you folks are there, and I try not to bother you as much, but sometimes I have to. To Chief Murray, there was a lady that's lived on Madeira for quite some time in some apartments. I went over there and took a little baby cruise. And you know what? A lot of those motel owners and managers have said that they had seen a good change, positive change, thanks to the police department. Of course, we see all kinds of things, but it's a lot of work. But I want to thank Chief Murray for his work. And you know what, Mr. Mendez, you keep us informed, when there's issues out there concerning from the police department. It's great to have that information, because from time to time we do get calls, what's going on. It's good to have the information there, so I appreciate that. This last Tuesday, I was in Naleo. I won't tell you exactly what city, but I was bored to death. But you know what? At the Naleo conference, it's my first Naleo conference in the time I've been here. I've been here for 30 years. But you know what they talked about? City council members getting along. I was thinking Salinas. Yes. We get along so well. And you know what? We do good. I really appreciate, to Councilmember Rocha, what you just did with the Monterey One Water and bringing an ally from Seaside. I mean, talk about good work where the people that we serve are the ones that benefit. So muchas gracias. Thank you for that. I'm going to have to take out the Starbucks. And, and one of the things I appreciate this council. I really do. Because we work together, we can have some serious engagement. We disagree, agree, debate. But at the end of the day, we're going to have dinner in a little bit. I hope so. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to give a welcome and congratulations to our new team of youth interns. I know that we've got the Youth and Government Institute coming up, but it's always cool to see that we're building opportunities for youth to build leadership skills and hopefully get to build in these pipelines into city government, to local government. So that's always really rewarding. Wanted to remind folks that the survey online, getting input from the community as to our recruitment for the new chief of police. That survey is closing on the 30th. So reminding folks that they have not yet done so to provide some feedback. And then also, Chief Murray, you and I spoke about some issues with unsheltered residents over on Cottonwood coming up from the park. I've gotten more and more calls from folks, not only on Cottonwood, but now on the other side of that brush area on Liberty Way and Rhode Island Street. And they're showing me ring videos where you can see folks going into their yard, hiding out in the front porch. Needless to say, those are tricky situations. So just wanted to call attention to that again. We've been proactive with trimming the brush and have been responsive. I know it's going to be an ongoing chronic issue, but just wanted to call attention to that again. Thank you.
Councilmember Sandoval.
Sure, I received a call from a resident, and actually it's an issue that's been brought up to me a couple different times, and I guess the city had attempted to address this a long time ago, or the school district, but there's an alleyway that is on Swanner Avenue in Pierce, and I believe there's another one that's on Jackson, which used to give access to the Santa Rita School, but those have just now become dead-end alleys, and those residents would like to know what we can do and whose responsibility is it, because it's in between two homes, and people just use it for all kinds of inappropriate things. So I wanted to bring that to your attention. I want to read an email that I received yesterday from one of my District 5 residents, Peter, and it was saying that to Councilmember Rocha, it says, thank you for raising substantive questions and providing alternatives in your advocacy for Salinas residents in tonight's public hearing on the proposed changes in how we pay our sewer bill. I appreciate that and your collaboration with the City of Seaside. I also want to congratulate Juneteenth. They had a fantastic event. It was bigger and better than ever. They gave away so much great food to the first 250 people. They had a choice between falafels, chicken wings, barbecue, and tacos. And that was quite a spread. So I want to congratulate the Juneteenth committee and the leadership of Ms. Asia Guillory and Dr. Kendra Cabrera. Thank you, Councilmember Rocha, for joining me and representing the city well as you read the proclamation. We also honored Tony Anderson, a longtime Hartnell employee, 30 years in education, who was integral in starting the Umoja program to help Black students feel more welcomed and comfortable in school. And we heard from those students, and man, what an impact it has made. So congratulations to them. And I'm also, in light of what happened today earlier, in May of last year, after several meetings with Councilmember McShane, we did bring forward rules of decorum recommendations that were to be brought to the council. And that included a discussion on the way we handle consent agenda items. So I'd like to request that we honor that request, or I don't know if I need somebody to support me in that request, but anybody? Any takers? Dead silence.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Also, Chief, I haven't had a chance to share this with you, but I did have a meeting with some hotel owners, a dozen or so. We'd love to have a conversation with you to see what we can do about the prostitution issue along some of their places. Also, probably would be good to have community development there, or somebody from that department, as there's questions about the height of fences that could be had. And, you know, I guess the standard may be really low, which doesn't really help in the situation that they're facing. So I'll reach out to both of you later on to discuss that. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Rocha.
Thank you. Yesterday was a very lively and substantive discussion at the Monterey One Water Board meeting. At last night's meeting, the Monterey One Water Board was going to make the final decision on whether or not to proceed with placing the wastewater charge onto the property tax roll. The agency needed to secure a 2/3 majority vote in order to place the wastewater charge onto the property tax roll. I called for a weighted vote, and with the city of Seaside joining the city of Salinas, both our votes combined was enough to stop this proposed change from being placed onto the property tax roll. And as a result, we will maintain our current billing process, and the wastewater charge will not be placed on the property tax roll. I want to extend my deepest appreciation to Councilmember Alexis Arazola from the city of Seaside, who was the only other member of the board who joined in voting against this. Because because of that weighted vote structure, we're able to stop this from taking effect, which is going to help so many residents. And the case that I kept making was that this was going to disproportionately impact senior citizens living on a fixed income and disadvantaged communities. And that's not an equitable approach to governance. And I'm really grateful that the weighted vote structure allowed for this to not move forward. So I really want to thank Alexis for his support. I also want to thank our city manager, Rene Mendez, our city attorney, Chris Callahan, assistant city manager, Jim Pia, and everyone at the city of Salinas who played a role in advising the Monterey One Water representatives, the mayor and myself, as we have navigated these complicated discussions and in all the alternatives that were presented as ways to get around this. In the end, this vote had to happen, and I'm grateful the result was that we are maintaining our current billing process. So thank you to all of you for your support. I attended the Juneteenth celebration event at Hartnell this weekend, and Councilmember Sandoval was there, and I want to thank them for organizing this event. I want to thank the Salinas Juneteenth Celebration Association for organizing this event, and I want to thank Hartnell Community College for being the host of this event and allowing it to happen at their campus. It was a beautiful event. It was great to see so many community members out and learning about the importance of Juneteenth and celebrating this historic day for our community. It was great to be there. So that's all that I have to report on my end.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
No, it's been a fun month. No, just also congratulations, Councilmember Rocha, for yesterday. And then once again, thank you for Councilmember Barrera for joining me at that community meeting in the park. Councilmember Osornio for joining me at that community meeting with the businesses. And yeah, that's about it.
Update from me, I had the privilege again of narrating Salinas School of Dance. As most of you may know, that is an organization that's run by Taryn Eisman Gunter, former Mayor Gunter's daughter. I have emceed for several years, and hundreds of children with their annual recital of ballet, jazz, and tap. It was a really great afternoon at Sherwood Hall with hundreds of people, but had a conflict, and grateful that I had council members at Juneteenth to be able to attend. That was at the same time. So as it was mentioned earlier, not all of us can be in multiple places at the same time, and very much appreciate the divide and conquer approach. I attended LAFCO on behalf of the Monterey County Mayors. Major topic, or not major, but the main topic, I should say, was the sphere of influence for Soledad area special districts, to include the cemetery district, the healthcare district, and the recreation district. And LAFCO provided some feedback on an overall survey and study that was done with those three districts. So that's all for now. We'll move on to closed session. Does any member of the public wish to pull an item from closed session on California Government Code 54956.9D1, 54956.9, or 54956.9? All right, seeing none in the chambers, I'll go over to Zoom. Any member of the public wish to pull this item? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment and adjourn to closed session. See you August 6th.